Chapter 3063. All right, said Master Qian Lazy, nodding. He waved his hand, causing Xiang Zhili to land on the ground. However, seeing that Reverend Lei Tan was not seated, he asked, "Did Reverend Lei Tan personally instruct Xiang Zhili?" "Yes," Xiang Yang said anxiously, "the palace lord did say that, but my son's cultivation level is still at the aura refinement realm. He hasn't given him any guidance yet." "Yes, let him guide me personally in the future." Qian Lazy nodded, then looked at Fairy Ruanfeng and said, "Junior sister Ruanfeng, I'll leave this little girl to you." Fairy Yaofeng was taken aback, but she immediately recovered and nodded. "This subordinate obeys." "Wuqing," Master Qian Lei said. "Yes, sect master." Wu Qing's expression was still indifferent. "From now on, I will personally guide your cultivation." Qian Lazy said with a smile, "What do you think?" "All right, thank you, sect master." Wu Qing actually didn't have the slightest trace of surprise, and only replied softly. "Ha," Qian Lazy smiled. He looked around and showed a rare kindness. "The Valley of 10,000 Thunders has been destroyed by thousands of thunders. It no longer has any value. However, your myriad Thunder Valley's lineage will still continue, just like before. This sect will give you a larger area so that you can recruit more disciples. I hope that when Xiaohua returns to the sect in the future, he will be able to see the difference in all of you." Zhuo Minghui and the others were pleasantly surprised. They could hardly believe their ears and thanked him in unison. "All right, you can go back and wait," Master Qian Lei said with a smile. "However, when that bastard comes out of seclusion, tell him to come to Giant Thunder Hall to see me. AI, this sect is also stupid. Nameless, helpless, emotionless. Isn't Xiaohua clearly nameless?" "Yes, but I've already begun to condense my Dan. It's just before the sect leader comes out of seclusion. I'm afraid he'll come out of seclusion very soon." Zhuo Minghui had some courage and hurriedly said, I reckon that he was also affected by the fluctuations of the myriad Thunder Valley's myriad thunder annihilation. That's why he condensed his core." Master Qian Lazy nodded, but then he rolled his eyes and asked, "By the way, does Xiaohua have a good partner in the sect?" Zhuo Minghui replied, "Yes, Xue Xue and Sun Shu of Sun Lei Palace. If it wasn't for some misunderstanding, this disciple intended to propose marriage to Sun Lei Palace very soon." Zhuo Minghui actually pulled the supporting female lead out of thin air. This was truly out of Yan Qinglian and the rest's expectations. Even Dui Qiming couldn't help but glance at Zhuo Minghui. She didn't know what her master's wife was thinking. "There are 2 female cultivators." Qian Lazy laughed. "Reporting to sect master, Kai Hongxia of the Huanhua sect should also be one." Cui Hongshan hurriedly said. Master Qian Lei raised his eyebrows and glanced at Fairy Xianhua. Of course, Ruanhua sect and Imperial Thunder sect were competitors. "That's right." Zhen Qing suddenly smiled and said, "Back then at the Feather Immortal gathering." As he spoke, he recounted how Fairy Hongxia had betrayed him. Hearing this, Qian Lazy's heart calmed down a bit. However, he couldn't guarantee that Xiaohua wasn't acting. "All right, Zhen Qing, you can go back." Qian Lazy says with a smile, "As for Xiaohua's matter, this sect will make arrangements. Even if the expulsion order won't be revoked immediately, this sect will still satisfy you." "Many thanks, sect master." The people of the myriad Thunder Valley express their thanks again and leave the Great Thunder Hall with Zhen Qing. After Zhen Qing flew away, Zhuo Minghui looked at the somewhat gloomy sky outside the Great Thunder Hall and felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. What she experienced today was really too strange. Although her second disciple was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect, which really made her sad, her second disciple brought her too many surprises. Yuaning Wu Ming. He was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect whose reputation was comparable to Qian Lazy's. Everyone knew that after the war, Wu Ming would definitely be put in an important position. As long as Wu Ming opened his mouth, there would definitely be no problem with the position of any Thunder Palace master. Unfortunately, this person had already gone and was no longer in the Imperial Thunder sect. However, It was really because Wu Ming went that the myriad Thunder Valley received so many benefits. Not to mention other things, just thinking about Xiang Zhili, Wu Qing, and Cui Yingying being taught by the 3 Thunder Palace masters, their future was incomparably brilliant. What was all this for? It was all because of Xiao Hua's attachment to the myriad Thunder Valley. The Imperial Thunder sect wanted Xiao Hua to see their sincerity. Even if Xiao Hua didn't return to the Imperial Thunder sect, as long as the myriad Thunder Valley received good treatment, when the Imperial Thunder sect needed Xiao Hua, would Xiao Hua not appear? At least, this cultivator who was the #1 in any realm wouldn't make things difficult for the Imperial Thunder sect, right? Let's go, we'll wait and see your master condense his core. Zhu Minghui smiled. This old thing was actually surpassed by his good-for-nothing disciple. When he finds out, I don't know how embarrassed he will be. Don't tell master. Cui Hongshan also smiled. Everyone knew that although Xiao Hua had left the Imperial Thunder sect, his return was inevitable, and very soon, unfortunately in this world, there were never things that ordinary people could predict. Not only did Xiao Hua not return soon, when he would return, the situation when he returned, even in their dreams, they couldn't imagine it. If Zhu Minghui and the others could think of it, how could Fairy Xianhua not think of it? After the people of the myriad Thunder Valley left, she sighed and asked in a low voice, Sect Master, are you trying to let Xiao Hua see the sincerity of our Imperial Thunder sect towards him? Do you think this subordinate handled it incorrectly? Junior sister Xianhua, you think too much. Qian Lazy smiled and said, you handled it correctly. Just now, this old man said in front of Zhen Qing that no matter what decision the Great Thunder Palace makes, our sect will agree. However, since Xiao Hua is Wu Ming, this name is too big. Our Imperial Thunder sect can't be too cautious. Qian Lazy said again, besides, these 3 children have Xiao Hua's cultivation, and also have the inner cores of the male and female lightning beasts. If they don't condense their cores in the future, then it's fine, but as long as they condense their cores, their divine abilities will be endless. Children with this kind of aptitude are worthy of being personally taught by the masters of the 3 great lightning palaces. Moreover, with these 3 children that Xiao Hua loves dearly, he definitely won't make things difficult for our Imperial Thunder sect, and he definitely won't hold a grudge against us. Fairy Xian Feng said indifferently. Grudge, he shouldn't. Qian Lazy shook his head and said, it seems that Xiao Hua is a person who clearly distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. He thinks that he has to bear the responsibility of the myriad Thunder Valley, otherwise, he would have already caused trouble. With his Imperial Thunder Transformation's lightning escape technique, you all simply can't do anything to him. This subordinate doesn't dare to agree. Fairy Xianhua shook her head and refuted. In front of the Snow Region's Taoist master, he dares to? Qian Lazy said half a sentence and didn't point it out. If it weren't for his misgivings about implicating the myriad Thunder Valley, perhaps he would have already taken action. Therefore, we must capture the myriad Thunder Valley. Alas, it's a pity, if only this sect had come out of seclusion half a day earlier. It's all because our Imperial Thunder sect's luck is bad. At this time, we still need to think carefully, how can we not? Just at this moment, lightning flashed above the Great Thunder Hall again. Junior brother Miyu. Fairy Xianhua was overjoyed upon seeing this. The restrictions of the Great Thunder Palace have just been changed. Apart from the disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect, no one else can enter. Good. Qian Lazy was also worried and hurriedly waved his sleeve. Lightning flashed, and a square mirror appeared in midair. On the mirror was Taoist Miyu's depressed face. Sect Master has come out of seclusion? Congratulations on stepping into the late stage of nascent soul realm. Seeing Qian Lazy, Taoist Miyu was stunned. She first congratulated him and then bowed. This subordinate has failed in leading the troops and brought shame to our Imperial Thunder sect. Sect Master, please punish me. No matter. Qian Lazy waved his hand and said, who can be undefeated in life? Even the 3 countries of our Tao sect were defeated. What's so strange about you? But, where are you? Where are the other disciples? Alas, this disciple has already come out of the Sky Patrol City. Taoist Miyu smiled bitterly. However, junior brother Quangqian and most of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples are still in the Sky Patrol City. And do sword cultivators need spirit stones or elixirs? Qian Lazy didn't find it strange and nodded. This disciple has a sword slip with the requirements of sword cultivators recorded in it. Taoist Miyu replied, only if our Imperial Thunder Sect agrees to the conditions inside can our disciples return from the Sky Patrol City. Good, no problem. Qian Lazy waved his hand. To be able to let tens of thousands of disciples return, our Imperial Thunder Sect will go bankrupt to satisfy them. In addition, Taoist Miyu thought for a moment and looked to the left and said in a low voice, this disciple has a shocking news to report to Sect Master. Say it. Qian Lazy naturally didn't panic and said very calmly. This disciple already knows who John Doe is. Taoist Miyu said. And this sect master also knows. John Doe is Xiaohua. Terrifying Phoenix and John Doe are actually the same person. Qian Lazy smiled faintly. Oh? Sect master? Taoist Miyu said curiously. This disciple and Taoist Quangqian searched for clues but couldn't find anything. Xiaohua revealed himself. Qian Lazy replied. How is that possible? Taoist Miyu was shocked and said anxiously, where is that guy? Sect Master, quickly capture him. This guy's scheme is not small. Qian Lazy's expression changed and said anxiously, what do you know? By the way, didn't you and Quangqian search for him to no avail? How do you know that Xiaohua is John Doe? It was Sword Xiu who told me. Taoist Miyu's words made Qian Lazy break out in cold sweat. This Xiaohua is not only an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, but also a sword transformation cultivator. He is also related to millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain. Sword Xiu suspects that he is a soul cultivator. Ah. Qian Lazy stood up from the futon and asked, what else? Nothing else. Taoist Miyu said nervously, Xiaohua is currently in Imperial Thunder Sect. Sect Master, please capture him immediately and interrogate him. And you don't have to worry about this. Qian Lazy said faintly, Xiaohua is no longer in Imperial Thunder Sect. Taoist Miyu didn't understand. Don't ask anything, don't say anything. Qian Lazy ordered, on your way back, ask for more information about Xiaohua. This sect will send Lei Tingzi to Sky Patrol City to discuss the return of Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. Yes, this disciple understands. Taoist Miyu didn't dare to ask any more and turned off the communication. Chapter 3064. Damn it. The Xiaohua. Master Qianlei didn't sit down and just stood there, his brows furrowed. It's fine if he's nameless, but how can he have a sword transformation cultivation base? If he's a sword cultivator, how can he kill so many swordsmen? Unless he's a soul cultivator? Xiaohua is actually a soul cultivator? Isn't this too inconceivable? For a moment, the entire Great Thunder Palace was silent again. Xiaohua being nameless was shocking enough. Xiaohua being a soul cultivator was absolutely unbelievable. It made people feel that there was nothing real in this world. After a while, Master Qianlei asked, what's going on with Xiaohua going to Million Mountain? Fairy Xianhua hesitated and said, it said that after the first stage of the Dao Sword battle, Xiaohua went with the first team of the Great Thunder Palace to train. As for where he went, it seems to be Huan Country. If junior brother Miyu is right, then it's Million Mountain. And junior brother Quangqian received a message from Xiaohua. It should also be from Million Mountain? And that's enough. Master Qianlei nodded. Whether Xiaohua is a soul cultivator or not, he still has my Imperial Thunder Sect in his heart, and he still sent the correct message to my Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, whether Xiaohua is a soul cultivator or a swordsman, doesn't Li Zongbao know? Doesn't Xiao Mao know? Especially these two people. They'd followed Xiaohua during the first phase of the battle, and they'd killed countless sword cultivators and obtained an extremely great amount of merit. If they'd noticed the slightest trace of uneasiness, they would have probably notified their seniors a long time ago, right? Xiaohua and the other three crossed Huan Country and went straight to Million Mountain. I'm afraid they killed a lot of Huan country's sword cultivators. This is Huan country's plan to sow discord. Cough cough, Fairy Xianhua whispered, Sect Master, don't forget Tu Hong. So what? Master Qian Lei sneered, Changbai Sect's disciples can have sword energy, but my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples can't. That's a sword transformation. Fairy Xianhua smiled bitterly. A sword that can break 10,000 techniques. How can an ordinary Dao Sect's disciple cultivate it? Alas, is Xiaohua a friend or a foe? It's still so confusing. Even Qian Lei scratched his head in the face of such a mysterious Xiaohua. But the sword cultivators have already revealed the fact that Xiaohua is nameless to Miyu. Their next step will be to let the other cultivation sects know. Zhen Yunzi said with some distress, what should we do? Yes, after the war, someone must have come looking for Xiaohua. Dui Jie also smiled bitterly, but this John Doe was actually driven away by us. At the very least, my colossal Thunder Hall has this command. This can't be taken back. Hehe, Qian Lei sneered, Xiaohua is the horrifying phoenix, but Xiaohua is not nameless. Nameless is nameless. If you have a name, how can you still be nameless? Sect Master means. Fairy Xianhua's eyes lit up as she asked, we don't recognize Xiaohua as Wu Ming at all? When did Xiaohua say that he is nameless? If he doesn't admit it, how would my Imperial Thunder Sect know? Qian Lei nodded. Moreover, nameless is my Imperial Thunder Sect's nameless. Only my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples are nameless. Unless Xiaohua comes to my Sky Thunder Peak and claims that he is nameless, how would I know that he is nameless? But if Xiaohua returns to Sky Thunder Peak, whether he is nameless or not, what difference does it make? Fairy Xianhua said with a smile. Yes, let's see junior brother Lei Meng's luck. Qian Lei looked into the distance. If he catches up with Xiaohua and successfully invites him back to the Imperial Thunder Sect, then nameless will be Xiaohua. Otherwise, it will be the sword cultivator's plan to drive a wedge between us. Xiaohua is not nameless. Then Sect Master hopes that senior brother Lei Meng's luck will be good? Or that he will be unlucky? Fairy Yao Feng asked with interest. Qian Lei shook his head slightly. I don't know. I hope that he will be lucky, but I'm also afraid that he will find a soul cultivator that I can't control. It will bring immeasurable consequences to my Imperial Thunder Sect. Of course, in my opinion, how could those sword cultivators have any good intentions? Why would they tell my Imperial Thunder Sect about this for no reason? They must have suffered a great loss from Xiaohua and lost control of the situation. That's why they led the disaster to my Imperial Thunder Sect or the Dao Sect to deal with Xiaohua. Hehe, is my Imperial Thunder Sect so stupid? Xiaohua is someone that even a group of sword cultivators can't deal with, so how can my Imperial Thunder Sect deal with him? At this point, Qian Lei stood up and ordered, prepare to compensate the sword cultivators. When Miyu comes back, bring my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples back as soon as possible. I'm going to take a look at the thunder-devouring bead now. I hope that Qian Qinghe won't bring about unbearable consequences to my Imperial Thunder Sect. Following Qian Lei's departure, Fairy Xianhua and the others also dispersed, and the Great Thunder Hall also became quiet. In just a day's time, everything that happened in the Great Thunder Hall was like a torrent flowing down from a high mountain. After hundreds of twists and turns, no one knew the true direction. They only knew that everything seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand from top to bottom, heading straight to a single destination. Xiaohua didn't know that so many unforeseen events had happened in the Great Thunder Hall. He only flew far away with tears in his eyes, and that mournful mood gradually calmed down. Looking at the endless sky, he took a deep breath and laughed self-deprecatingly. Alas, this Xiao is already several decades old. People often say that men don't easily shed tears. How can this Xiao be so easily sad? Other cultivators all have hearts of stone the more they cultivate, but this Xiao's heart is so soft. Is it just being expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect? The one who suffered losses is the Imperial Thunder Sect, not this Xiao. Moreover, if I miss Master, I can go to the Imperial Thunder Sect to visit. Isn't that so? Wait until this Xiao's nameless identity is gradually revealed. Presumably, when this Xiao goes to the Imperial Thunder sect, Qian Lazy won't stop this Xiao from entering, right? Forget it. Now that I've escaped from the Imperial Thunder sect, this Dawn Rain continent is so big, where can this Xiao not go? It's a pity that Xue Xue and Hong Xia have to suffer. If this Xiao doesn't make a big name for himself, it won't be easy for me to go to the Thunder Palace and the Washing Flower sect to ask for their hand in marriage, right? Hehe, with this Xiao's current cultivation, I'm afraid this Xiao is really a rogue cultivator with the highest cultivation. What's so difficult about establishing a sect? Fortune Gate. Perhaps now is the time to start on this matter. Second senior brother was able to establish the Heavenly Demon sect. Of course, he planned for hundreds or even thousands of years, but this Xiao's reputation as Taoist Master Xiao is not for nothing. This Xiao doesn't believe that my Fortune Gate is any worse than his Heavenly Demon sect. Thinking of Zhang Qingxiao, Xiao Hua naturally thought of Xiao Xinrui and Jiang Luer. When he entered the space and saw that Jiang Luer was still fine, he knew that this was not the time to go to Yellow Flower Ridge. Moreover, now that the Dao Sword battle was over, Han Zhu must have returned from the Sky Patrol City. If he did not die in the Sky Patrol City, then the matter of the Buddhist sect's ruins would be Xiao Hua's first priority. The journey from the Imperial Thunder sect in the country of Shi to the Kunlun sect in the Ripple country was not short. If he rushed over now, he might just meet Han Zhu returning from the battle in the Sky Patrol City. Thus, Xiao Hua sorted out his mood and flew towards the Ripple country. Behind Xiao Hua, in the air thousands of miles away from the Imperial Thunder sect, Shan Zizi from the Immortal Ascension sect and Taoist Master Du Yi from the Immortal Music sect were flying together towards the Sky Thunder Peak. Their speed was not fast, but it was definitely not slow either. However, they deliberately concealed their whereabouts. Ordinary cultivators would only see them as cultivators in the late Foundation establishment realm. Taoist Master Du Shan Zizi released his divine sense and roughly looked around. He whispered, "The Imperial Thunder sect is just ahead. Should we follow the previous plan? Let's send a message to the Imperial Thunder sect. Fellow Taoist?" Taoist Shan Zizi, if not, do you have a better idea? Taoist Master Du He smiled and asked. Shan Zizi was not polite. He nodded and said, "Yes, I've thought about it during this time. I feel that it's not the best plan if we wait outside the Imperial Thunder sect." But Taoist Master Du raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Didn't we agree before? We can't attract the attention of the Imperial Thunder sect and let Qian Lazy and the others know about it?" Taoist Master Du Shan Zizi shook his head and said, "Think about it. Xiao Hua is the hero of the great battle of Dao Sword. Once he returns to the Imperial Thunder sect, won't he be praised by everyone? Won't he be followed by others wherever he goes? Moreover, after the great battle of Dao Sword, he has been training in the Huan country. When he returns to the Imperial Thunder sect, the biggest possibility is to cultivate in seclusion. This seclusion, who knows how long it will take? Previously we said that it's easy to wait here, but in fact, is it that simple? Don't forget that Xiaohua has cultivated from a small itinerant cultivator to the nascent soul stage in just a few years. If we give him a few more years, I'm afraid that you and I won't be his opponent even if we join forces. Hiss, Taoist mastered, he took a breath of cold air. He seemed to have thought of something. He turned to look at Shan Zizi and said in disbelief, "Could it be?" Shan Zizi hurriedly stretched out his index finger and put it on his mouth. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Taoist mastered, be careful with your words, be careful with your words." Taoist mastered, he immediately came to his senses. He hurriedly shut his mouth, thought for a moment, and asked, "What do you think?" Although the array of the Imperial Thunder sect is powerful, it doesn't necessarily have no flaws. We may be able to find it if we join forces. If possible, let a familiar Taoist in the Imperial Thunder sect take us in. Shan Zizi said with a smile. In this way, you and I can complete the heavy responsibility of the sect earlier, right? Yes, let's do as you say. Taoist Master D nodded. You and I will part ways here and do our own things. When we figure out the situation, we will make a specific plan. As the saying goes, plans can't keep up with changes. Taoist Master Du and Shan Zizi really understood the power of these words. However, in just an hour, the two of them met in another place with extremely shocked expressions. Seeing that the other party was as stunned as them, the two of them almost laughed at the same time. Chapter 3065. Ha, ha, Perfected Dui laughed loudly. He really didn't know what to say. After suppressing his laughter for a long time, he panted and said, "In my early years, I've heard stories about buying the casket and returning the pearl. Oh, there's also stories about Lord Ye's love for dragons. I always felt that those stupid things were just stories made up by the secular world to warn the youngsters. However, I've never thought that there's really such a stupid person in this world." Sai, that's right. It seems that, in my impression, no nascent soul disciple has been expelled from the sect? Shan Xingzi also hid his smile and said, "This Imperial Thunder sect claims to be a famous sect in Shi country, but it's actually so. How should I describe it? Is it arrogant? Is it strict sect rules? It doesn't seem appropriate." Fellow Taoist Shan Xingzi. Perfected Du, he pointed in the direction of Xiao Hua's flight and said, "Why don't you and I chase while we talk? This is our good luck." As soon as we arrived here, we found out that Xiao Hua was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. Now he's just a rogue cultivator. No matter how we deal with Xiao Hua, all the sects on Xiaoyu continent will no longer have any objections. We don't have to be as careful of our whereabouts as before. That's right. Shan Xingzi followed Perfected Du and activated his Dharma powers. As they were in the territory of the Imperial Thunder sect, Tseng Huahong was not there. Shan Xingzi came to a realization and whispered, "Oh right, I know how to describe the Imperial Thunder sect." Fellow Taoist, please speak. Perfected Du smiled and asked. Bad luck? Shan Xingzi laughed. Think about it, the information that Xiao Hua sent was obviously correct. That Sky Patrol City was the fundamental goal of the sword cultivators. However, the Dao sect didn't think so. Although they made plans, they probably didn't want to put in all their forces. That Imperial Thunder sect disciple stationed himself in Sky Patrol City according to Xiao Hua's information. Originally, he wanted to obtain military merits, but he didn't expect the sword cultivators to be so fierce. Tens of thousands of disciples were killed in an instant. That's right, Perfected Du nodded. The Imperial Thunder sect was afraid that the disciples' hearts would be unstable, so they wanted to draw everyone's attention to the so-called terrifying phoenix. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua was different from before? He didn't put the Qi refinement and foundation establishment disciples in his eyes. This caused the Imperial Thunder sect to be furious and expel Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect. Perhaps in the eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect, I'm a model for governing the sect according to the sect's rules, having the demeanor of a great sect. But they didn't expect that. This Xiao Hua isn't just a terrifying phoenix, he's also a nameless nascent soul cultivator. Shan Xingzi continued to discuss. At this time, the Imperial Thunder sect still doesn't know that Xiao Hua is Yuanying Wu Ming. He was probably still feeling proud of himself. There weren't many sects that could expel a hero of the Great War of Tao and sword out of their sect just to uphold the rules of the sect. The Imperial Thunder sect could now answer to Miyu Taoist and Kuang Tian who were trapped in Sky Patrol City. They could also appease the anger of the tens of thousands of disciples. However, when they know that Xiao Hua is John Doe, then, what kind of expression will they have? Haha, it must be the expression of shooting yourself in the foot. What else could it be? Immortal Dui laughed. But I believe that Qian Lazy of the thunder-controlling sect will never admit that Xiao Hua is John Doe. This John Doe? I'm afraid he'll never appear on Dawn Rain continent again. That's right. Not only John Doe, even Xiao Hua, will also disappear. Shan Xingzi sneered. Xiao Hua's story and John Doe's story will be drowned in time. In less than 100 years, they will be forgotten by everyone. Well, we still have to guard against Qian Lazy. This guy actually rushed to the late stage of Yuanying realm all of a sudden. The power of the sects in the country of Shi will change again. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder Sect will definitely secretly contact Xiaohua, and even immediately send disciples to find Xiaohua. Immortal Du, he thought for a moment and said, after all, Xiaohua came from the Thunder Palace and the 10,000 Thunder Valley, so he has feelings for the Imperial Thunder Sect. If they collude to create a story of a prodigal son turning over a new leaf, it's absolutely possible. That's right. Shan Xingzi came to a realization. He activated the spiritual power in his body and said anxiously, "We don't have to worry about anything, let's go." Okay, Immortal Du, he also echoed, but suddenly he asked again, "By the way, Taoist Shan Xingzi, I want to ask you, did you find out what wrong Xiaohua did in the Imperial Thunder Sect? If it's just some qi refinement by lightning or a foundation establishment gambling, I'm afraid it's nothing serious, right?" "Sorry, I didn't ask." Shan Xingzi's body was already flashing with brilliance. He said, "I'm afraid it's related to the secret of the Imperial Thunder Sect. And it's definitely not small." It said that the entire Imperial Thunder Sect's great array had some changes before. After he finished speaking, Shan Xingzi had already turned into a rainbow and rushed into the distance. Immortal Du, he didn't dare to be negligent and also chased after him. Not long after the two Yuanying realm cultivators flew away, another rainbow rushed out from the Sky Thunder Peak in the same direction. It was the palace master of the Thunder Palace, Immortal Lei Meng. Poor Xiaohua. Just after he was expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect, there were two middle-stage Yuanying realm cultivators chasing after him, wanting to capture him. He didn't expect the Imperial Thunder Sect to go back on their words so quickly. The goodwill they threw to him was also in the hands of an early-stage Yuanying realm cultivator, who was chasing after him even further, who asked him to have grief and indignation in his heart. He no longer deliberately hid his whereabouts. Using the Imperial Thunder transformation, he madly rushed into the distance, leaving an easy way for the enemy to track him. Of course, because the Imperial Thunder transformation's flying speed was extremely fast, Shan Xingzi and Immortal Du, he couldn't get close for a while, and Immortal Lei Meng was even further away. After flying for more than 10 days, Xiaohua's heart gradually calmed down. He reflected on his own actions, and then reflected on the actions of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't feel that there was anything to be sad about being expelled from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Besides, wasn't flying freely in this vast world what he wanted? He planned to find the frost bamboo and go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. After waking up Jianghu, he planned to go to the depths of Million Meng Mountains to find the mysterious Shaman King, so that he could break the Yin-Yang seal in his middle Dantian and Naiwan Palace. After that, he would stay in Million Meng Mountains and cultivate his cultivation base to Yuanying realm before coming out to seek revenge. After making up his mind, he flew for a few more days. Seeing that there were cultivators flying by, Xiaohua asked about the nearest teleportation formation and flew toward it again. For the next 10 days, Xiaohua was freely teleporting in the teleportation formation. Until one day, when he came out of a teleportation formation, Xiaohua used a lot of spirit stones to exchange for a map to the nearest teleportation formation from the cultivator guarding the formation. Only then did he rush out of the teleportation formations set up in the cliff. Xiaohua flew for nearly a day again, and his old problem came back. He couldn't find the direction, so he hurriedly took out the map he just got to check. Unfortunately, he did forget that he couldn't find the direction, and it had nothing to do with what was written on the map. However, when he saw the familiar name of Qianhong Mountain on the map, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Oh, it seems that this place... Thinking about it, Xiaohua hurriedly took out a jade slip from his space. After looking at it carefully, he nodded and said, "It's the name of the place given to the female cultivator in Sentry City after exchanging a magic slip for a rejuvenation pill. I remember that she said that there were some cumbersome demonic tools in her hands at that time, but she didn't bring them. If there's a chance, let me come and find her, she will give these demonic tools to me." Thinking that he could get the demonic tools for free, the greedy Xiaohua's heart itched. He secretly said, "Hee, since I can't find the right direction, it's better to send out the communication talisman. This place seems to be not far from Qianhong Mountain, so I can ask." Alas, do I still need to ask? Since I know the location of Qianhong Mountain, I can naturally find the next teleportation formation. With that, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the communication talisman. He activated his magic power and secretly prayed, "Heavenly spirits, earth spirits, let this female cultivator stay at home." Fortunately, as the communication talisman emitted a bright red brilliance, it immediately rushed into the air and headed in a direction. Good. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He activated the wind escape technique and chased after it. Behind him, outside the teleportation formation, Taoist Du Yi and Shan Shengzi also teleported out. After a little investigation, they flew toward the next teleportation formation. The greedy Xiao Hua actually escaped the pursuit of two nascent soul intermediate stage cultivators because of a thought. It had to be said that this was a miracle. Xiao Hua chased after the communication talisman for a while. Seeing that the communication talisman was heading straight in a direction, Xiao Hua did not chase after it. As long as the general direction was correct, that female cultivator called Ruo Taohong would definitely come out to welcome him. Thus, he unconsciously looked at the surrounding mountains with interest. He saw that the mountains near Qianhong Mountain were not high, and the undulations were not big. Under the warm sunlight, the mountains were covered with green grass and green trees, which were quite pleasing to the eye. From time to time, there would be the sound of a stream, but it was covered by the vegetation and could not be seen. It was precisely because of this tranquility that Xiao Hua could hear the cries of birds and the roars of beasts from time to time, which made him feel even more comfortable. Alas, the Dao Sword War has been going on for more than 10 years. I have never calmed down to cultivate, and even this kind of leisure is rare. When Jianghu is awakened, even if I can't bring Fairy Hong Xia and Xue Xue out, I will have to calm down. The home that we Dao sect cultivators fought so hard to protect should be appreciated. As he looked at the nameless and beautiful scenery, he closed his eyes and listened to the ordinary and moving sounds of nature. Xiao Hua's slightly cold and desolate heart slowly calmed down. The gloominess in his heart also slowly disappeared, and an ethereal state of mind slowly appeared. That's right, the path to the heavenly Dao is long and long. Whether it is Yellow Flower Ridge, Heaven Forsaken, Golden Mount Hua, or Imperial Thunder Sect, they are all small relay stations. If I pass them, then I pass them. It is just like fate. Before this Xiao, there are still the ruins of the Buddhist sect and the Fortune Gate. Which one of them is not beautiful? Even if it is Meng Mountain, it is still beyond the Imperial Thunder Sect's reach, right? Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. Chapter 3066. Kinship is the most important thing, but kinship can be hidden in the heart. Kinship is related to Master and the others, but it's far from the Imperial Thunder Sect. Thinking about the palace masters of the Qianlei Palace and Canlei Palace, I'm afraid they have nothing to do with kinship between disciples of the same sect, right? If they leave, then so be it. In this way, I'll sever all ties with the Imperial Thunder Sect. I've received a lot of favors from the Imperial Thunder Sect, but I've made great contributions to the sect in the great battle of Dao and Sword. Since they expelled me, I don't owe them anything. I've thrown away a huge burden. Karma. There's Qian Qinghua as the cause, and there's also Qian Qinghua as the effect. The way of karma is one of the heavenly Daos. While thinking, Xiao Hua was enlightened. Not far in front of him was a patch of brilliant red, and there were peach blossoms all over the undulating mountain ridge. How could Xiao Hua not know that the 1,000 Mountain was close? At that moment, a small dot flew out from the fiery red light and headed toward Xiao Hua. Similarly, the divine sense of a late foundation establishment cultivator swept towards Xiao Hua. When it landed on Xiao Hua's body, it stopped. The divine sense was rather cold and contained hostility. Oh! Xiao Hua frowned slightly, but did not release his divine sense. He only looked indifferently at the newcomer. When the newcomer came closer, it was a dark and thin old man. There was a trace of jealousy in his small eyes, and a trace of anger on his almost fleshless gray face. Why is it old monster Shi? Xiao Hua recognized him at a glance. Because this person left a deep impression on Xiao Hua. It was Shi Wuming, whom Xiao Hua met at Jinghua City's EG when he was only at the second layer of qi refining. It was also this Shi Wuming who sold Xiao Hua the broken silver-gilded spear tip. Although Xiao Hua's memory was not good, this person had left a deep impression on him. Xiao Hua even borrowed the name of Mingsui Mountain's Shi Wuming at the Lingji gathering at Lingpei Mountain Villa. However, Xiao Hua suddenly realized that Ruo Taohong had a demonic weapon and even a demonic bamboo slip. This Shi Wuming also had one, so there must be some connection. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua put on a smile on his face and went up to greet him. Who knew that when he got closer, Shi Wuming's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, a magic weapon about the size of a palm flew out from his hand. He cursed angrily, "Damned gigolo! I asked you to come and pick up peach blossoms. Today, I will beat you until your brain splatters with peach blossoms." As he cast a spell, the palm-sized magic weapon let out a rumbling sound. A pitch-black seal swelled in the wind, and in a moment, it became 10 feet large and smashed toward Xiao Hua's head. Xiao Hua stared blankly as he saw that the seal had already arrived above his head. A powerful force mixed with a frightening sound enveloped the space around him. Even the true essence in his body was slightly trembling. It seemed that the power of this seal was not small. Looking at Shi Wuming's eyes that were flashing with malice, it was actually a kind of pleasure. The smile on Xiao Hua's face gradually disappeared. That's right, a cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment who forced a cultivator in the second stage of qi refining to buy his demonic weapon? How could you expect him to have a kind heart? Although she was an old acquaintance that he had met once, that fate had probably ended long ago. Looking at how Shi Wuming was about to smash him to death without a word, Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He flung his Taoist robe. Boom! The 10 feet large seal instantly stopped in midair. No matter how much the pitch-black light on it flashed, no matter how loud the buzzing sound was, it still could not be suppressed by even half an inch. Shi Wuming's small eyes widened as he looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief. The magic around him surged again. Go! Xiao Hua sneered. With a wave of his hand, the huge mace appeared in his hand. Pung! A shrill sound rang out. Boom! It was precisely the sound of the mace hitting the seal. Woo! The fan seal let out a mournful wail and soared into the sky. Xiao Hua could even hear a crack in his ears. The fan seal, under Shi Wuming's shocked gaze and his face instantly turned red, flew hundreds of feet away and crashed into the sea of crimson flowers. The force of the impact was so great that the entire mountain trembled slightly. It was like a stone falling into the water. Xiao Hua waved the mace in his hand and coldly said, "Old Ghost Shi, today I will settle old scores with you." As he spoke, Xiao Hua flew up and attacked Shi Wuming, who was not too far away. At this moment, another cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment swept over with his divine sense. At the same time, an anxious voice sounded, "Shi Wuming, if you dare to hurt my guest, don't ever think of seeing me again. Peach Blossom, save me." Out of Xiao Hua's expectations, Shi Wuming suddenly flew up and shouted, "Where did you find such a powerful gigolo? Trying to escape?" Xiao Hua sneered. He seemed to have understood something. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Hua used the heaven and earth sleeve again. Shi Wuming was only in the late stage of foundation establishment. How could he escape from the attack of a nascent soul cultivator? His hands and feet flailed in the air, but he could not move an inch. When he realized how weak he was, Shi Wuming's face immediately changed to fear. He stood in the air dejectedly, not daring to take any chances. Shi Wuming. When the female cultivator in the pink robe landed in the air, she looked at Xiao Hua and then at Shi Wuming. Her face was filled with astonishment. In just a moment, the female cultivator's watery eyes looked up and down at Xiao Hua. A smile appeared on her face as she cupped her hands and said, "I Ruo Taohong greet fellow cultivator Xiao Hua. I didn't expect to meet the famous Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect in Sky Patrol City that day. I was really blind that day." "Fellow cultivator Ruo, you don't have to be so polite." Xiao Hua knew that the great battle of Dao and Sword had made him famous in the Dawn Rain continent. He did not mind being recognized by Ruo Taohong. He cupped his hands and said, I didn't participate in the battle that day, so I'm not famous. It's normal that fellow cultivator can't recognize me. Xiao Hua. Shi Wuming lowered his pitiful head and suddenly raised it up. He looked at Xiao Hua in disbelief, as if he had thought of something. Shi Wuming, this is Xiao Hua of the first team in the great battle of Dao and Sword. He's now famous in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. How can you be so bold now? Ruo Taohong shouted in exasperation. However, with her slightly plump figure, plump round face, and watery peach blossom eyes, she did not look like she was blaming him. Are you really that Xiao Hua? Shi Wuming tried to ask. Quickly greet fellow cultivator Xiao. Ruo Taohong said anxiously, even if you don't care about the great battle of Dao and Sword, this is my contribution to the battle. Hee, fellow cultivator Ruo, this Xiao and old devil she are old acquaintances. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm sure fellow cultivator she has remembered the past. How is that possible? Shi Wuming jumped in the air. When I saw you, you were only at the 2nd level of qi refining. After so many years, my cultivation is still the same. How can you reach the middle stage of foundation establishment in such a short time? Have I been living like a dog? How can you compare to fellow cultivator Xiao? Ruo Taohong's face also showed shock, but she immediately scolded. If you want to compare, you can only compare to old devil Shi. He's a pretty boy you recruited. Naturally, you have to speak for him. Shi Wuming sneered, Ruo Taohong, this old man did not expect you to be so fickle. Don't forget what you said to this old man back then. Ruo Taohong's face turned red, and she said angrily, this old woman did promise you back then. But, it was only a promise. You haven't reached the golden core stage yet, how can this old woman dual cultivate with you? Because this old man can't reach the golden core stage, you found a pretty boy who can? Shi Wuming was even angrier, don't you think you're an old cow eating young grass? This old woman is an old cow eating young grass. Ruo Taohong also scolded, but what about you? Aren't you an old cow eating young grass now? Shi Wuming said anxiously, when you didn't take the rejuvenation pill, how could you be a young grass? You were more like withered leaves and weeds. This old man has always been thinking about you, but you've forgotten your roots. This old man must have been blind all these years. Ruo Taohong's face turned pale. She looked at Xiao Hua's interested expression and said coldly, what? Shi Wuming, this old woman is like this. Look at Xiao Hua, he's younger than you, more handsome than you, and when it comes to cultivation and reputation, which one of them is not better than yours? Do you think that between him and you, this old woman would choose you? Hearing this, Shi Wuming's eyes flashed with an ominous glint. He glanced at Xiao Hua, but when he thought of the power of Xiao Hua's staff, he hesitated. Shut up. Seeing that trouble was about to come to him, Xiao Hua said indifferently, this Xiao only came to your 1000 Red Mountain to take back the few demonic weapons you promised me when I exchanged the rejuvenation pill with you. And this Xiao only thought of it when I was passing by. If you don't want to fulfill your promise, this Xiao doesn't care. This Xiao will take his leave now. What? The rejuvenation pill. You exchanged it with her? You came for those demonic weapons? Shi Wuming was stunned. Nonsense. Xiao Hua looked coldly at this somewhat eccentric old man and said, the treasures in your eyes may not be treasures in this Xiao's eyes. How many female cultivators are chasing after this Xiao? I bet you can't even count them with your fingers. Would this Xiao compete with you for a woman's affection? As he spoke, Xiao Hua's body flashed with thunder, and it looked like he was about to leave. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be impatient. Ruo Taohong was anxious and hurriedly smiled. This concubine can't stand seeing old devil she compete with you for a woman's affection, so I purposely made him angry. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please don't blame me. In addition, other than the demonic weapons in this concubine's cave, old devil she also has some demonic weapons that he can trade with fellow Taoist. And that old devil Mo has the same thing as last time, a demonic bamboo slip that he can trade with fellow Taoist. Chapter 3067. Oh! Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat when he heard that there were other demonic slips. He stopped and asked, "Fellow Taoist Ruo, please don't lie to me." "Of course not, of course not." When Shi Wuming heard that Xiao Hua was not Ruo Taohong, he smiled and said, "Didn't you see my demonic tool last time in Jianghu City? This time it's much more than last time, and the cost is even lower." Ruo Taohong was stunned and pointed at Xiao Hua. "Shi Wuming, is fellow Taoist Xiao the one who bought your demonic tool last time in Jianghu City?" That's right, that's right." Shi Wuming rubbed his hands and winked at Xiao Hua, as if trying to please him. However, Xiao Hua sneered. He knew that Shi Wuming was not trying to get close to him because of his high cultivation level. There must be other reasons. Sure enough, before Xiao Hua could think further, Ruo Taohong revealed the truth. "That's not right." Ruo Taohong realized and asked curiously, "Didn't you say that the one who bought your demonic tool was a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator? But you said that Xiao Hua was only a second stage qi refining stage cultivator. How could he have dozens of top-grade spirit stones?" Shi Wuming's expression changed and he smiled. If fellow Taoist Xiao was only a second stage qi refining stage cultivator, how could he be a foundation establishment middle late stage qi refining stage cultivator? Then he winked at Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't lie for him. Instead he asked curiously, "Old devil Shi, you first, what is going on inside?" It's like this." Shi Wuming rubbed his hands and explained the whole story in embarrassment. It was actually very simple. Back then, Shi Wuming and another foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, Mo Shan, were both interested in Ruo Taohong of Thousand Red Mountain. The three of them had been entangled for more than 10 or 20 years. In the end, the three of them could not take it anymore and came up with an idea. Ruo Taohong pointed out 2 places for Shi Wuming and Mo Shan to go to these 2 places. Whoever could trade one of their demonic tools and return to Thousand Red Mountain first, Ruo Taohong would agree to dual cultivate with that person. Of course, during this process, everyone swore a blood oath that they would definitely follow the instructions. Otherwise, they would be devoured by the magic artifact and die. In the end, Shi Wuming won and Mo Shan lost. From then on, Shi Wuming could confidently come to Thousand Red Mountain. However, although Ruo Taohong agreed to perform dual cultivation with Shi Wuming, they never held a dual cultivation ceremony. Instead, they requested that the ceremony be held only after Shi Wuming reached the Jindan stage. Shi Wuming was already in the late stage of foundation establishment, so he was not too far away from the Jindan stage. Since Mo Shan would not disturb them, it did not matter whether there was a dual cultivation ceremony or not. But who would have thought that more than 10 years ago, Ruo Taohong made a trip to Sky Patrol City and returned to her youthfulness. She was the charming peach blossom lady of the past. This time, not only was Shi Wuming moved, even Mo Shan was drooling over her. Hence, the number of people who came for her increased. Today, Shi Wuming was talking to Ruo Taohong about the dual cultivation ceremony. When he was rejected by Ruo Taohong, he saw a message from Xiao Hua. Ruo Taohong saw the message and immediately left Shi Wuming and went into the cave to dress up. Shi Wuming was naturally enraged. He rushed out of the cave and wanted to kill Xiao Hua. Hearing Shi Wuming's words, Xiao Hua sneered in his heart. No wonder qi refining disciples are so afraid of foundation establishment cultivators and always treat them with respect. If my cultivation was not high enough, I'm afraid that just because of this misunderstanding, my life would have been taken. Shi Wuming saw Xiao Hua's unfriendly expression and quickly bowed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old man was wrong. But since you and I are old friends, I hope you can forgive this old man. Xiao Hua understood that Shi Wuming was afraid that he would expose his actions. Of course, Shi Wuming's devil spear was indeed good and had saved his life several times. Speaking of which, Xiao Hua also had to thank Shi Wuming. Hence, he nodded and said, "In that case, this Xiao agrees. Our grievances are over." Thank you, thank you. Shi Wuming was overjoyed. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong asked unhappily, "Then what happened in Jianghu City that year?" Xiao Hua laughed and before Ruo Taohong could finish, he interrupted her. "Fellow Taoist Ruo, It's been so many years. No matter what the truth is, fellow Taoist has already agreed to what you should have agreed to and rejected what you should have rejected. Is the truth still important? That's right, that's right. Shi Wuming laughed. You've already made a blood oath. As soon as this old man condensed his core, you'll immediately hold the dual cultivation ceremony with this old man. At this point, Shi Wuming solemnly said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, when the time comes, this old man and my wife will definitely send you an invitation. Fellow Taoist, you must honor us. Ah. Xiao Hua laughed, but didn't express any opinion. Rua Taohong knew Shi Wuming's character and knew that something unpleasant would happen. She glared at Shi Wuming and said angrily, This old woman hasn't done dual cultivation with you yet. Where did this wife come from? She then smiled at Xiao Hua and said, Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. It's rare for you to come to Thousand Red Mountain. Please come to my cave for a chat. Then, fellow Taoist, please. Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. Rua Taohong led the way while Xiao Hua followed behind. Shi Wuming followed behind with a smile on his face. After flying for a while, he saw a mountain ridge where his magic weapon was shot down. He smiled embarrassedly and flew over to retrieve his magic weapon. Rua Taohong and Xiao Hua ignored this guy and flew towards a cave in Thousand Red Mountain. Rua Taohong's cave was in the middle of a field of flowers. The entrance of the cave was blocked by hundreds and thousands of short, crooked peach trees. The branches of each peach tree were covered with bright red peach blossoms. The peach blossoms pressed down on the branches until they were bent. Dozens of fist-sized unknown spirit sparrows flew among the peach blossoms, adding a lot of vitality to the cave. In front of the abode, there were several children, both male and female. Some held flower baskets in their hands while others held feather fans. They wore bright Taoist robes as they stood there in an orderly manner. When they saw Xiao Hua and Rua Taohong land, they all had respectful expressions as they greeted them in a clear and melodious voice. It gave off the feeling of an immortal abode. Looking around, Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked, Fellow Taoist Rua, you're the only cultivator in Thousand Red Mountain? Didn't you say it was a small sect? Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao, my Thousand Red Mountain naturally can't be compared to your Imperial Thunder sect. Rua Taohong invited Xiao Hua into the cave and explained, However, my Thousand Red Mountain also has thousands of disciples. Where are they? This Xiao doesn't seem to have seen your Thousand Red Mountain's sect protection formation. Xiao Hua said curiously, Hee, this cave is just one of my side residences. It's not within the Thousand Red Mountains formation. Rua Taohong said with a smile, Although I also have a cave residence within the Thousand Red Mountains formation, I'm just a consecrator of the Thousand Red Mountain. My usual residence is here and not within the Thousand Red Mountain. But there's such a consecrator? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Of course, Rua Taohong said with a smile, this kind of thing is naturally not common in a large sect like your Imperial Thunder sect. However, it's common in a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain. At this point, a trace of loneliness appeared on Rua Taohong's face and she explained, Actually, I was originally a disciple of the Splendid sect and had nothing to do with the Thousand Red Mountain. However, because I made a big mistake, I was driven out of the sect by the Splendid sect. Originally, they wanted to abolish my cultivation, but I made a certain contribution to the Splendid sect. So I was lucky enough to keep my cultivation. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and was stunned in his heart. Without the Splendid sect, I'm considered a rogue cultivator. Rua Taohong said with a bitter smile, but I'm a female cultivator. If I were to rely on my identity as a rogue cultivator, I wouldn't be able to cultivate normally. I had no choice but to find a small sect like the Thousand Red Mountain and become their consecrator and their disciple. However, I don't usually need to go to the sect. Only when the Thousand Red Mountain has some errands, I'll go back to the sect to deal with them. Usually, all the spirit stones, medicinal pills, and even cultivation methods are consecrated by the Thousand Red Mountain. Oh, so it's like this. Xiao Hua understood and asked again, Then, your natal spirit tablet is also in the Thousand Red Mountain. Of course, Rua Taohong said with a smile, Unless I cultivate to the gold core realm or my husband is a gold core realm, the 1,000 Red Mountain will return my natal spirit tablet to me. Hee, I understand. Xiaohua also knew why Ruo Taohong had to learn the nameless core condensation technique before dual cultivating with him. Fellow Taoist, please sit. After entering the cave, Ruo Taohong invited Xiaohua to take a seat and said with a smile, actually, being a consecrator in a small sect like the 1,000 Red Mountain is also very good. Usually, there won't be any big matters. If I need anything, I'll have the servant bring it to the 1,000 Red Mountain's sect master. The sect master will satisfy me according to the 1,000 Red Mountain's ability. Xiaohua sat down and asked with a smile, if someone comes to the 1,000 Red Mountain to provoke or attack, fellow Taoist Ruo will have to represent the 1,000 Red Mountain to fight, right? Of course. Not only that, but I will also have to appear when the 1,000 Red Mountain fights are involved. Ruo Taohong sat down and answered, however, the sect master of the 1,000 Red Mountain isn't very ambitious. He only wants to defend himself, so I don't have to work too hard. Immediately, Ruo Taohong ordered the servant to put down spirit fruits and spirit wine. Not long after, Shi Wuming also returned. Xiaohua politely ate a few spirit fruits but didn't drink the spirit wine. After casually chatting for a while, Ruo Taohong asked a few more questions about the Great Tao Sword War. Xiaohua said, fellow Taoist Ruo, I didn't come here to ask you to fulfill your promise, but since you're here, it's fine. Ruo Taohong smiled and said, that day, I took your rejuvenation pill. Those demonic tools and demonic slips can't compare to the value of the rejuvenation pill. If you didn't come, I was thinking of going to the Imperial Thunder sect to give them the demonic tools. Now that you're here, I won't have to make an extra trip. As she spoke, Ruo Taohong took out a storage pouch from her waist and handed it to Xiaohua. I saw fellow Taoist Zhao's message talisman and went to the inner cave to prepare these demonic tools. Who would have thought that I would be misunderstood by others? Seeing Ruo Taohong's glare, Shi Wuming shrunk his neck. He really did misunderstand her. Chapter 3068. Xiaohua took the storage pouch and looked at the many demonic weapons inside. He smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist Ruo, there are so many demonic weapons in this storage pouch. This is beyond my expectations. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Ruo Taohong looked at Xiaohua and then at Shi Wuming. The two exchanged glances and said, actually, I still have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Please speak. Xiaohua kept the storage pouch and smiled. Chirp chirp. A clear chirp of a bird came from outside the cave and a message talisman in the shape of a flying bird flew to Ruo Taohong's eyes. Emotion is here. Ruo Taohong took the message talisman and pointed at it. A dark red jade talisman fell into her hand. Just in time. After fellow Taoist Xiao changes his Mo bamboo slip, I will discuss with fellow Taoist Xiao. Alright. Xiaohua was looking forward to Mo Shan's Mo bamboo slip and nodded. Not long after, under the guidance of a boy, a similarly thin old man with a yellowish complexion and a pair of small eyes walked into the cave residence. Moreover, this old man's gaze swept across the room. When he saw Xiaohua, he actually had a trace of vigilance like Shi Wuming. He even looked at Shi Wuming and Ruo Taohong with an ambiguous gaze. Who's this? Mo Shan did not bother with formalities and asked rudely. As he spoke, he walked to a jade chair and acted as if he was in his own cave. Cough cough, Ruo Taohong coughed and said, Mo Shan, take a good look at this fellow Taoist. Don't you recognize him? Do I need to recognize him? Mo Shan had already sat down and reached out to grab a spiritual fruit from the jade plate beside Shi Wuming. He took a big bite and said coldly. However, he still obediently looked at Xiaohua and curled his lips. He then asked Shi Wuming, Old Devil Shi, is this your new opponent? Although I have already backed out of the agreement, Taohong still refuses to dual cultivate with you. Is it because of this little white face? Xiaohua looked at the three with a bitter smile. The emotional entanglement of these three seemed to be different from that of Zhen Qing, Sun Qian and Chen Yi. What nonsense are you talking about? Ruo Taohong said angrily. This is fellow Taoist Xiao Hua of the Imperial Lightning Sect, and he's also a member of the first group in the Tao Sect's meeting hall during the Tao Sword Battle. It is precisely because of his outstanding military exploits. Who knows how many sword cultivators have died at his hands? Oh! Mo Shan, who was in the middle of swallowing the spirit fruit, was taken aback. He looked at Xiao Hua up and down in shock. Then, he curled his lips and threw the spirit fruit into his mouth again. He chewed with big bites and even crushed the core. Finally, he said in a strange tone, "The Great Tao Sword War?" The disciples of the various cultivation sects had just finished singing their praises and entered the stage. One by one, they seized the battle merits and distributed the spirit stone veins of the 3 cultivation countries, squeezing us small sects to the point where we had no place to go. I don't care if you're from the Imperial Thunder sect or the Splendid sect. What does that have to do with me? Old monster Mo, how can you not care about the Great War of Tao and Sword? Shi Wuming laughed. Now that I have Tao Hong to accompany me, you're all alone. You should find something to do to pass the time. Mo Shan rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Accompany? How can she accompany you? Why don't you hurry up and send this gigolo away? If you let him stay here for a few more hours, you won't even be able to enter this abode." Strangely, Shi Wuming did not bicker with Mo Shan like before. Instead, he smiled and said, "If I can't enter, then I can't enter. Anyway, I've already been here, and you haven't even entered." Shi Wuming's words seemed to have a double meaning, and Tao Hong's face instantly turned red. Just as she was about to get angry, Xiao Hua glanced at the 3 of them and felt bored. He opened his mouth and said, "Fellow Taoist Shi, you said you have some demonic tools. Can you show them to me?" "Of course." Shi Wuming looked at Mo Shan and the defeated rooster. His 2 small eyes widened, but he could not refute himself. He proudly pulled out 2 storage pouches from his waist and handed them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua opened it and took a look. There were indeed many strange demon artifacts inside. Some were big and some were small, and there were even many with blood patterns. Xiao Hua knew from the refining method of the heaven-leveling staff that this heaven-leveling staff was different from the heaven-raising staff. It required a lot of items of the 5 elements or extremely heavy materials to refine. Moreover, it could be added as one's strength increased. These demonic tools were extremely heavy and were the best materials to refine the heaven's rod. That was why Xiao Hua thought of coming to Thousand Red Mountain to look for Tao Hong. "That's right. I'll take all of these." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. He asked Shi Wuming, "Fellow Taoist Shi, how many spirit stones do you want?" "Ah? You want all of them?" Shi Wuming was obviously stunned. He did not expect Xiao Hua to ask for so much. Shi Wuming looked at Tao Hong, seemingly unsure. Tao Hong also frowned and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, these demonic tools, if there is 1 or 2 of them, they should be useful. Fellow Taoist Xiao wants so many at once. In addition to the ones I have, there are already a lot of them. I've never heard of so many demonic tools. What are they used for?" "Hee, I'm also curious." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Don't the 3 of you have even more demonic tools? What are you here for?" "The matter of the demonic tools is related to what I'm going to discuss with fellow Taoist." Tao Hong smiled and said, "I won't hide anything from fellow Taoist." At this time, Mo Shan said coldly, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you have great strength? You want to refine an extremely heavy magic tool?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Mo seems to know something." "That's right." Mo Shan nodded. "Not only do I know something, I also know some tricks to refine such a magic tool." Since fellow Taoist Mo said it, then I won't hide anything from you. Because I have some strength, I want to refine an extremely heavy magic tool. Xiao Hua looked at Shi Wuming and smiled. "Back then, it was your demonic tools that gave me this idea." Hearing this, Shi Wuming's face changed slightly. He wasn't sure if Xiao Hua's words were a threat, but fortunately, Xiao Hua looked at Mo Shan and said, "As for the refining method, I already have it. Most of the materials have already been collected, I just need to find some more." Fellow Taoist Mo's trick. Seeing that Xiao Hua ignored his words, Shan didn't say anything else. He smiled coldly and poured another cup of spirit wine and sipped it. Fellow Taoist Shi? Xiao Hua reminded, how much do you think these demonic tools are worth? This. Shi Wuming hesitated and looked at Ruo Taohong. Ruo Taohong saw that Xiao Hua readily admitted to refining magic tools, so she smiled and said, since these demonic tools are useful to fellow Taoist Xiao, and we have no use for them, why not trade with fellow Taoist Xiao? Shi Wuming nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his heart skipped a beat and he almost blurted out, rejuvenation pill. If fellow Taoist Xiao has a rejuvenation pill, these demonic tools will all belong to fellow Taoist Xiao. Ah! Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, then smiled bitterly. He had indeed just refined a rejuvenation pill, but could he take it out? Rejuvenation pill. Shan was also shocked. The wine cup in his hand trembled as he looked at Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoist Shi. Xiao Hua shook his head. Fellow Taoist Ruo's rejuvenation pill was obtained by chance when I was training in Twilight Tong City. You can ask fellow Taoist Ruo. That pill was extremely ugly and did not look like a pill at all. At that time, there was someone who said that it was a face-retaining pill. Ordinary fellow Taoists would not bid for it, and I just happened to have something that person needed. I had already consumed a spiritual herb similar to the face-retaining pill, so I had no use for it. However, my cultivation at that time was shallow and I was forced to trade, so I had no choice but to use that thing to exchange for the face-retaining pill. I did not know that it was a rejuvenation pill. That day in Sky Patrol City, I made the trade because I hoped to obtain fellow Taoist Ruo's magic bamboo slip. If I had known that it was a rejuvenation pill, how could I have sold it so cheaply? Sigh, fellow Taoist Xiao is right. Ruo Taohong nodded. That day, fellow Taoist Xiao only said that it was a face-retaining pill, and fellow Taoist Xiao had never seen a rejuvenation pill. However, I received the news in advance, so I was fated to have such a great opportunity. That rejuvenation pill was really ugly. Who would have thought that it was an immortal pill? So, Xiao Hua shrugged and said, if fellow Taoist Shi wants to get the rejuvenation pill from me, that is absolutely impossible. Seeing that there was no hope for the rejuvenation pill, Shi Wuming hesitated. He looked at Shan and whispered a few words to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua listened to the message and frowned slightly, as if he was considering it, then he also whispered back. After a few more whispers, Xiao Hua took out a storage pouch from his chest and handed it to Shi Wuming. Shi Wuming opened the storage pouch and checked it, then smiled and said, good, since fellow Taoist Xiao is so sincere, then these demonic tools are yours. Thank you, fellow Taoist Shi. The two storage pouches were originally beside Xiao Hua, so Xiao Hua did not hesitate and accepted them. He then turned to Shan and said, fellow Taoist Mo, I heard from fellow Taoist Ruo that you not only have some demonic tools, but also a magic bamboo slip. If fellow Taoist Mo wants to give it to me, you can discuss it with me. Shan had an inexplicable expression on his face. He looked at Xiao Hua and then at Shi Wuming, then asked Xiao Hua, what did old devil Shi trade with you? Ha, fellow Taoist Mo. Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, that is fellow Taoist Shi's secret, forgive me for not revealing it. Unexpectedly, Shan took out 3 storage pouches and handed them to Xiao Hua, then he said proudly, fellow Taoist Xiao, take a look. Oh? Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He could only take the storage pouches and take a closer look. There were indeed many demonic tools inside, and each of them was huge. They were really good materials for refining the heaven-pacifying staff. Chapter 3069. What a pity! Xiao Hua placed the storage bag on the table and shook his head. Although fellow Shi didn't ask me to keep it a secret, this is the principle of trade. Forgive me for not being able to go against it. What about this? Shan seemed to be serious with Xiao Hua. He clapped his hands and took out a pitch-black magic slip and a broken jade slip. This is a magic slip, I don't know what's inside. But this jade slip contains the method to refine my sect's famous magic tool, the 5-element rod. As long as you agree, I will definitely trade with you. Can I confirm it? Xiaohua looked at the two items and confirmed that he was tempted. However, he still didn't understand the competition between these two strange male cultivators. Emo Shan flatly refused. The contents of this jade slip are incomplete. I don't have a way to add restrictions, so you'll know once you see it. I can't let you check it first. Xiaohua laughed and shook his head. So you're saying that I also don't know if the method to refine the 5-element rod is inside? Believe it or not. Emo Shan laughed. You're the one refining the magic tool, not me. Also, I don't even want to look at this bullshit magic slip. If I wasn't curious, I would have destroyed it long ago. If you don't want it, I can destroy it right now. All right, Xiaohua nodded helplessly. Fellow Xiao. Shi Wuming was unhappy. Although I didn't make an agreement with you, I didn't make you swear a blood oath. But what we're exchanging is our secret. How can you tell others? Shi Wuming. Ru Taohong was unhappy. She still had some misgivings about Emo Shan, but how could she be careful about Shi Wuming? No matter. Xiaohua laughed. Fellow Shi, don't worry. I definitely won't tell fellow Emo what we're exchanging. Then he turned to Emo Shan and said, Fellow Emo, you should give up. I definitely won't tell you what I'm exchanging with fellow Shi. So fellow Xiao isn't interested in this magic slip? Emo Shan flipped his hand, and the magic slip appeared in his hand. He activated the magic power in his hand, and it looked like if Xiaohua said something wrong, he would destroy the magic slip. You too! Ruo Taohong's face darkened, while Shi Wuming looked at Emo Shan with a smile, his eyes filled with provocation. Xiaohua laughed and said loudly, Although this Xiao will not tell Dao friend Emo what is inside the storage bag, I will not tell you. However, this Xiao is willing to exchange the same thing with fellow Daoist Emo. Shi Wuming was stunned. How can this be? What's the difference between this and informing them? All right. Emo Shan was overjoyed. Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, he handed the jade slip and magic slip over to Xiaohua, as if he was afraid Xiaohua would go back on his word. Ha! Xiaohua didn't hold back. With a wave of his sleeve, the jade slips, the demonic slips, and the 3 storage pouches all flew into the air. Not good. When the items disappeared, Emo Shan suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, Old Shi gave you 2 storage pouches, but this old man has 3 storage pouches. Ha! Seeing Emo Shan lose out, Shi Wuming laughed. Fellow Daoist Emo, this is what you personally agreed to. This Xiao did not bargain. Xiaohua did not allow him to say anything more. He took out another storage pouch and threw it to Emo Shan. Then he said to Shi Wuming, Fellow Daoist Shi, this Xiao did not say a word to fellow Daoist Emo. Ha, good. Really good. Shi Wuming was still laughing. Seeing Emo Shan lose out, he did not pursue the matter any further. However, Emo Shan opened the storage pouch and took a look. Although his eyes were filled with unwillingness, the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of satisfaction. All right, Xiaohua was very satisfied. He clapped his hands and said, This Xiao is very happy to cooperate with the two of you. Of course, if there is an opportunity in the future, this Xiao still hopes to exchange demonic weapons with the two of you. However, at this time, fellow Daoist Ruo, please tell me, what is it that you want to discuss with the Xiao? This is what I wanted to discuss with fellow Daoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong smiled and was about to speak. Taohong. Emo Shan seemed to be unwilling. He opened his mouth and said, You want to talk to fellow Daoist Xiao about that matter? That matter? What? Old monster Emo, do you think that just the 3 of us can do it? Ruo Taohong frowned and said coldly. The 3 of us may not necessarily be able to do it. But if there is another person? Emo Shan shook his head slightly. The things inside may not be enough. How do you know it's not enough? Shi Wuming asked without waiting for Ruo Taohong to speak. Do you know it's enough? Emo Shan retorted sarcastically. Hee. Xiaohua laughed and looked at Ruo Taohong. Seems like fellow Daoist Ruo and the others need to discuss first? Ruo Taohong looked helplessly at the 2 male cultivators who were like fighting cocks. She said apologetically, If fellow Daoist Xiao can, please rest here for a night. Let me discuss with the 2 of them first. Then, as if she was afraid that Xiaohua would not agree, she explained, "The three of us found a mysterious place, and from there, we found some clues. There seems to be a spiritual item that can help condense a core and conceive a baby. It's even useful for tempering the body." Xiaohua wanted to refuse, but when he heard that it could help conceive a baby and even temper the body, he hesitated. He thought for a moment and nodded. "How about this? I can stay here for another night. If we still haven't reached a consensus by tomorrow, I'll take my leave." "Of course." Ruotaohong smiled. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you want to look at the scenery of my 1,000 Red Mountain or meditate? I'll give fellow Taoist Xiao an answer tomorrow." "Let's meditate." Xiaohua replied without hesitation. "Please." Ruotaohong was not surprised. She got up and personally led Xiaohua to the cave residence and found a quiet room for him. This action naturally made Mo Shan and Shi Wuming, who were walking behind them and seemed to be monitoring each other, very jealous. Why would Xiaohua care about them? After entering the cave residence, he set up the capital star formation. After thinking for a moment, he clapped his hands and took out the Mo bamboo slip and jade slip that he just got from Mo Shan. Xiaohua first released his Buddhist sense and looked into the Mo bamboo slip. The contents of the Mo bamboo slip were very complete. It recorded a cultivation method called Purple Jing Pupil. Seeing the name Purple Jing Pupil, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He liked new things the most. Although he didn't have demonic fire and demonic blood and couldn't cultivate it, he still roughly looked through the Mo bamboo slip. After spending a lot of energy to look through it, he finally understood. This should be a way for demonic people to cultivate their demonic sense. According to the Mo bamboo slip, the demonic sense of the demonic world was different from spiritual sense and soul sense. It was born with the demonic people. Moreover, the way and location of the demonic sense were different. Some were in the head, some were in the chest, and some were even in the legs. The demonic people cultivated either demonic fire or demonic blood. As their cultivation increased, their demonic sense would also become stronger. The Purple Jing Pupil secret technique focused the demonic sense of the demonic people in their eyes. Not only could it be as long as the demonic sense, it could also see through all illusions. Damn, this is really good stuff. Isn't this similar to this Xiao's illusion breaker magic eye? Xiaohua looked at the Mo bamboo slip and felt extremely regretful. The magic eye on his left hand became darker and darker. Moreover, as it became darker, Xiaohua discovered that there was actually a space in this magic eye that could be used to store things. However, this space was extremely narrow and there were even traces of cracks. Xiaohua already somewhat understood. The blurring of the illusion breaker magic eye was probably caused by the cracks in this space, right? Second senior brother gave me a lot of jade slips, and there are also some Mo bamboo slips. However, most of them are refining methods and there are no secret techniques for cultivating demonic sense. Presumably, he also knows that this demonic sense is innate and this Xiao can't cultivate it. But this secret technique of the amethyst eye can indeed transfer devilish sense to the eyes. Then, wouldn't I be able to transfer the Dharma eye into my eyes as well? Xiaohua thought to himself. How about this Xiao also start cultivating devilish blood? Xiaohua didn't dare to cultivate demonic arts before because he was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Cultivating Buddhism was already disgraceful. However, Buddhism's cultivation method was good at hiding. The Tao sect's master might not be able to detect it. If he cultivated demonic arts, wouldn't he be immediately discovered by the Imperial Thunder sect's master? Now, Xiaohua was already a loner. Who would care about him? Moreover, in order to let Xiaohua refine the ancient dragon silver, Zhang Qingxiao had already placed the demonic fire, black qi, and demonic blood into the demonic ring and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua only needed to cultivate the demonic arts according to the Blood Drop Paradise's cultivation method and he would be able to truly refine the ancient dragon silver. It could be said that everything was ready except for the east wind. Now, this east wind seemed to be the opportunity for Xiaohua to be expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. It's better to wait a little longer. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. The techniques I'm cultivating now are really too complicated. Even though I haven't bitten off more than I can chew up until now, devil arts are cultivation techniques that are at odds with the Buddhist sect and Taoist sect. Xiaohua didn't dare casually try it. After putting away the mo bamboo slip, Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine the refining method of the 5-element rod. He didn't care too much about this so-called 5-element rod. After all, he already had the refining method of the heaven-pacifying rod and the necessary materials. The 5-element rod couldn't be more powerful than the heaven-pacifying rod, right? He actually hoped that this 5-element rod was the refining method of the 5-element heaven-pacifying rod. However, he also knew that if Mo Shan could take it out, it definitely couldn't be used. At most, like what he said, there were some secrets that weren't damaged. After Xiaohua finished reading, he couldn't help but be moved. Almost without hesitation, he took out the bone of the heaven-pacifying rod and carefully examined it. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense from the bone and sighed, "Alas, the techniques in this world are truly endless. A person's imagination is also limitless. It's also an imitation of the 5-element heaven-pacifying rod. This heaven-pacifying rod and the 5-element rod's materials are somewhat similar, but the refining method is completely different. The most miraculous thing is that, at the critical moment, these two refining methods can actually complement each other." Chapter 3070. That's right, the 5-element rod definitely exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. Just like the sky-leveling rod, it was another method used by the Tao sect to imitate the 5-element heaven-reaching rod. However, the refining method was already greatly damaged, and only a few key parts could be understood. If he relied solely on this jade slip, it was absolutely impossible to refine the 5-element rod. However, with Xiaohua's current refining level, he immediately saw the importance of these tricks. They were exactly what the sky-leveling rod didn't cover, and were the absolute shortcomings of the sky-leveling rod. For example, in the sky-leveling rod, although it also needed to refine the 5-element objects together, it relied on the blood sacrifice method, which required an extremely large amount of spiritual blood to fuse these extremely heavy 5-element objects together. This was the blood sacrifice method that Xiaohua knew. In the 5-element rod, the law of blood sacrifice was replaced by the 5-element spiritual items. With the spiritual items as the foundation, all the 5 elements were built on top of the foundation to create a magical treasure that was like a part of heaven and earth. These two methods each opened up new paths, each had their own wonders, and of course, there were also successful examples. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, the refining method of the sky-leveling rod was somewhat bloody, leaning more towards the power of the bloodline, and lacking the balance of the 5 elements. The refining method of the 5-element rod leaned towards the composition of the world, the balance of the 5 elements, and lacked condensation. If these two methods were refined together, it would be even closer to the 5-element heaven-reaching rod. Of course, this was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. In the Dawn Rain continent, how many refining masters were proficient in both the Soul refining method and the Tao sect's refining method? Or even the Demon Realm's refining method? Good, after Xiaohua connected all the details, he couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. Everything in this world seems to be pushed by an invisible hand. This Xiao was unable to obtain the true refining method of the 5 elements wishful heaven cudgel, but unexpectedly, one after another, I obtained the refining method of the fake one. In the Fog Mountain, I even obtained the lightning refining method. Isn't this a refining method that isn't part of the 5 elements? If I use this lightning refining method to refine the sky-leveling rod, it's absolutely possible. However, Xiaohua immediately regretted. If I had known that the 10,000 Thunder Valley would be annihilated by 10,000 Thunder Valley, this Xiao would have. When he thought of this, Xiaohua suddenly froze. He was like a wooden chicken. After a long while, he murmured, "This Xiao is stupid." That unknown thing flew into this Xiao's space from the lightning peak of the myriad lightning valley. That lightning water was naturally flowing into tracing light. But wasn't there still a lot of lightning water leaking into the air? Isn't this the 10,000 Thunder Valley in my space? I only need to urge the primordial spirit in that space to refine the heaven-leveling rod using the lightning refining method. Wouldn't it be the same as refining it in the myriad Thunder Valley? Even if its second senior brother's dragon silver gilt, it can still be refined. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua hurriedly sent his consciousness into the space. As soon as he entered the space, Xiao Hua was stunned. Because ever since Xiao Hua absorbed the 18 stone walls of the Misty Mountain into his space, his primordial spirit didn't do anything else. Just like the real Xiao Hua, he sat cross-legged in the air in front of the stone wall, comprehending bit by bit. And now, the primordial spirit was still comprehending, but as the primordial spirit waved faintly, traces of lightning flashed around the primordial spirit. The source of the lightning was the inexplicable lightning water high in the sky. Hee. After Xiao Hua froze, he almost laughed out loud. He didn't expect that this primordial spirit's lightning controlling technique was actually more powerful than his own. According to the speed of this primordial spirit's comprehension, it wouldn't be long before it could start refining the heaven-leveling rod, right? Where's Jianghu? Xiao Hua looked at the space that was still deathly still, but in fact, he felt endless vitality. However, this vitality was firmly suppressed, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. When he saw that Jianghu's situation didn't change at all, Xiao Hua was relieved. Why are this child's eyes rolling around? Suddenly, Xiao Hua finally noticed Jianghu's eyes that were constantly moving. What's this situation? Is he going to wake up? Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly pulled Jianghu out of the space. But strangely, when Jianghu came out of the space, her eyes stopped moving. Xiao Hua even used his hand to gently touch Jianghu's eyelids, but there was no reaction at all. Strange. Xiao Hua thought he had seen wrongly. When he put Jianghu into a corner of the space again, a strange thing happened. Jianghu's eyes moved again. I really don't understand. Xiao Hua sighed slightly. I'd better hurry and find the frost bamboo. I hope this senior can quickly wake him up. The longer it takes, the easier it is for things to go wrong. When Xiao Hua's mind withdrew from the space and put away the capital star array, there was a child waiting outside the quiet room. When he saw Xiao Hua come out, he respectfully welcomed him and said, Master, Fairy Taohong is waiting in the front hall. Please follow me. And Xiao Hua nodded, but he was indeed disdainful in his heart. What kind of world is this? Why does anyone dare to call themselves a fairy? This Ruotahong was a white-haired old woman in the past, ugly as hell. Sigh, I don't know what Hongxia will think when she hears that I was expelled by the Imperial Thunder Sect. I don't know when she will think about it. It's really annoying. When Xiao Hua came to the front of the cave, Ruo Taohong and Shi Wuming were sitting there, but Emo Shan was nowhere to be seen. When Ruo Taohong saw Xiao Hua, she immediately stood up and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Xiao, I didn't expect you to meditate for 5 days. I wanted to call you out, but I couldn't. Fellow Taoist array is also strange. 5 days? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to spend so much time comprehending a jade slip. Fellow Taoist Xiao must have a new understanding. Shi Wuming clapped and said with a smile, This old man congratulates fellow Taoist. Hee, it's nothing. Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at the empty jade chair. Where did fellow Taoist Emo go? Did fellow Taoist Ruo and fellow Taoist Shi not discuss it with him? Fellow Taoist Xiao, please take a seat, Ruo Taohong said with a smile. The discussion was naturally successful. Old Monster Mo also agreed for fellow Taoist Xiao to participate. However, because there could be others, Old Monster Mo thought of a good friend of his. Although this person's cultivation is not very high, he is proficient in many unorthodox methods. Moreover, he is very quick-witted and can be used. Thus, Old Monster Mo went to invite this person. And Xiao Hua listened and didn't ask who this person was. He smiled and said, Fellow Taoist Ro, can you tell me your plan now? Of course, since we invited fellow Taoist Xiao to join forces, we naturally have to explain our plan to fellow Taoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong nodded, but Old Monster Mo wants to invite another helper. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you wait for a few more days? When that person comes, we can discuss it together. Xiaohua listened and frowned slightly. Although he had some expectations for this mysterious person, Jianghu's matter was also imminent. He felt that he was somewhat distracted. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, old monster Mo has already been gone for a few days. I'm afraid he will be back soon. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't have to rush. Shi Wuming hurriedly said. Before old monster Mo came to Thousand Red Mountain, he met that person. Moreover, that person was said to have participated in the Great War of Dao and Sword. Perhaps fellow Taoist Xiao might know him too. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Old monster Mo didn't say. Rua Taohong sighed and said, what I said just now was all from old monster Mo. I don't know that person either. And if it's just a few days, that's fine. Xiaohua nodded slightly. I can wait, but I'm afraid it won't be possible if it's too long. Fellow Taoist Xiao, is there anything else? Is there anything more important than improving your cultivation? Rua Taohong asked with a smile. However, from her tone, she didn't necessarily want Xiaohua to answer. She just seemed to be chatting casually. And there are some important things that I need to do after all. Xiaohua answered vaguely as expected. But then, Xiaohua looked outside the cave abode and said casually, that's right, where exactly is that mysterious person? Can you tell me a little about it first? This. Rua Taohong was a little embarrassed. She looked at Shi Wuming and said, this place still needs to be kept a secret. I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can understand. When that person arrives, we can discuss it together. How about that? Alright. Xiaohua nodded. He picked up a spirit fruit and was about to eat it, but then he asked casually, there's no need to talk about the specific place, but can you tell me the general location? If there's time, I would like to go and do something first. That place is very far from here. If fellow Taoist Xiao wants to go, I'm afraid you won't have time to do anything else. Rua Taohong shook her head and said, however, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to know the general location, I can tell you a little about it. Then, Rua Taohong said telepathically, it's near Luanshi's Feline Mountain. I'll tell fellow Taoist Xiao the specific location very soon. When that fellow Taoist arrives, we can discuss the specific matters together. At that time, we'll need fellow Taoist Xiao to lead us. Xiaohua answered casually. He didn't comment and still put the spirit fruit into his mouth. However, the moment Xiaohua took a bite of the spirit fruit, he suddenly froze. He frowned as if he thought of something. Rua Taohong was afraid that Xiaohua would be angry, so she kept staring at Xiaohua's expression. When she saw Xiaohua frown, her heart skipped a beat and she looked at Shi Wuming. Although Shi Wuming was arrogant and had a strange temper, after being easily defeated by Xiaohua, he was convinced. When he saw Rua Taohong looking at him, his eyes darted around, wondering if he should tell Xiaohua the specific location. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua suddenly raised his head and swallowed the spirit fruit. He stood up and said, fellow Taoist Rua, fellow Taoist Shi, I'm really sorry. I suddenly thought of an extremely important matter. I'm afraid I can't stay here for long. That mysterious place, if you two fellow Taoists can wait, please don't go there casually. Once I'm done with my business, we can discuss it in detail. Since you've invited me, I should at least have some confidence in protecting everyone's safety, right? Chapter 3071. This. Rua Taohong panicked and shouted, fellow Taoist Xiao, why are you in such a hurry? Before old Shi went to Jianghu City, we were already planning to go there, but we didn't have a suitable item. Now that we have everything, plus fellow Taoist Xiao and that person, the 5 of us should be able to return with the treasure. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't join us, our chances are reduced by 40%. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist Rua. Xiaohua didn't delay, he cupped his hands and said, I really have something important to do, I can't take such a big risk to go there. Again, if the 4 of you are interested, you can wait for me. Of course, if the 4 of you are in a hurry, you can go first and pretend that I never came. Of course, I won't reveal this matter. Also, when he spoke up to hear, Xiaohua hesitated slightly, and then he reminded, Moreover, this Xiao means that it wouldn't be too late to go when you have absolute confidence. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Ruo Taohong was really strange, and she could see that she must have told Xiao Hua the location of the mysterious place. That's why Xiao Hua wanted to leave and even reminded her. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only said to be careful and only said to leave. He didn't mention anything about the dangerous place. Shi Wuming wanted to stop Xiao Hua, but he looked at Ruo Taohong and knew that even with the two of them, they didn't have much confidence. He could only follow behind Ruo Taohong, secretly complaining about Xiao Hua's lack of loyalty. Seeing that Xiao Hua was determined to leave, Ruo Taohong sighed and said, "Since fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't want to go, I'll send you out. If fellow Taoist Xiao finishes his important matter, you can come to Thousand Red Mountain again. If we haven't left yet, please come with us." Of course. Xiao Hua nodded. Who doesn't like places with treasures? If Xiao Hua has time, I'll definitely come to visit fellow Taoist Ruo. All right. Shi Wuming smiled bitterly in his heart and followed Ruo Taohong to send Xiao Hua out. Unexpectedly, just as the three of them flew out of the Thousand Red Mountain range, they saw two figures flying towards them from the distance. In just a short moment, they got closer. Xiao Hua looked up and couldn't help but smile. That's right, one of them was naturally Mo Shan, and the other one was someone he knew. However, he never expected to encounter them here. This person was none other than Bai Fei, the disciple of the Changbai sect from Flowing Ice Gorge. Xiao Hua hadn't seen this fellow since he used the ocean-overturning seal to penetrate the spirit stone mine. However, Xiao Hua could see from this person that even if Xiao Hua were to perish in the Dao sword battle, this person wouldn't perish. His method of judging the situation and seizing the opportunity to make money was the most unscrupulous and practical one in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. Therefore, when Xiao Hua saw that this short old man with a face full of wrinkles had actually advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment in just a few short years, he didn't find it strange at all. When Bai Fei saw Xiao Hua, his expression immediately changed slightly. Of course, this expression only lasted for an instant before it returned to normal. His flying figure immediately sped up, far surpassing Mo Shan. When he arrived in front of Xiao Hua, he bowed extremely respectfully and said, "Bai Fei greets Senior Brother Xiao. Senior Brother Xiao, thank you for saving me that year." Hearing Bai Fei, who was in the late stage of foundation establishment, actually call Xiao Hua Senior Brother, Mo Shan and the other two were greatly shocked. So it's you." Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand to return the greeting. He said, "After parting for several years at Flowing Ice Gorge, fellow Taoist Bai's cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. I really can't catch up to you." "I wouldn't dare." Bai Fei stood up respectfully and said with a smile, "No matter how much I cultivate, I'm afraid I can't even reach 50% of Senior Brother Xiao's cultivation. In front of Senior Brother Xiao, I'm not even worthy to carry your shoes." Immediately, Bai Fei looked at Mo Shan and said reproachfully, "Fellow Taoist Mo, since Senior Brother Xiao is here, on this Dawn Rain continent, you can go anywhere. There's no need to look for me. If I knew that Senior Brother Xiao was here, would I still need you to say so much?" How could Mo Shan know that Xiao Hua was so powerful in Bai Fei's eyes? He smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. That's right, he had agreed to many of Bai Fei's conditions before he could invite him to Thousand Red Mountain. "Fellow Taoist Bai," Xiao Hua said, "I originally wanted to participate, but I have an urgent matter to attend to, so I can't take the risk for the time being. It won't be too late to go after I finish my matter. Of course, the specifics will depend on your own arrangements. I've already told fellow Taoist Ruo about it just now." "What? Senior Brother Xiao isn't going?" Bai Fei was stunned and looked extremely disappointed. "That's right, I'll take my leave." Xiao Hua didn't like Bai Fei's eagerness for success and cupped his hands, preparing to leave. "Okay." Bai Fei didn't expect Xiao Hua to leave just like that and was caught unprepared. "Oh, right." Xiao Hua flew a few feet and suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Did fellow Taoist Bai come from Meng country? Is there any news about the Great Dao Sword War?" "I'll let Senior Brother Xiao know that I didn't come from my sect." When Bai Fei heard Xiao Hua's question, he immediately replied respectfully, "After the war, I had some enlightenment and left my sect to train. I just arrived in Shi country not long ago. As for the Great Dao Sword War, Sky Patrol City has already fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. My Dao sect has already been defeated." "Oh, what about the participating disciples from various countries? Have they all returned to their respective sects?" Xiao Hua nodded and asked. "This." Bai Fei rolled his eyes and said awkwardly, "Other than your sect and Mo Sang Mountain's disciples who fell into Sky Patrol City and became sword cultivators captives, they still need to wait for further negotiations. Most of the other sects' disciples have already returned to their respective countries." Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed, "My Imperial Thunder sect has finally been defeated." "That's right. What a pity." Bai Fei nodded. Imperial Thunder Sect and Mo Sang Mountain's ambush in Sky Patrol City was an excellent move, but I didn't expect. It's already over, it's useless to talk about it. Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Fortunately, you and I have already escaped from the war." "Oh, and what are the cultivation levels of the disciples from various sects who stayed in Sky Patrol City? Is there any other news?" "Those who stayed in Sky Patrol City are of course Golden Core disciples," Bai Fei explained. "Although the war has ended, there are still many things to deal with after the war, so they need disciples to guard it. As for other things..." At this point, Bai Fei raised his eyebrows as if he thought of something. "Tai Ching sect seems to have invited my Changbai sect, Lian country's Utopia sect, Kunlun sect, and Shi country's Huanhua sect, and Xuanyan sect to their sect. There seems to be something going on. I don't know the specifics, I only heard about it from one of my sect's elders." "That's strange." Xiao Hua smiled. "We've already been defeated, are we still going to ask for credit?" "Hee, I'm definitely not asking for credit. Those who went to Tai Ching sect seem to be Golden Core disciples. There were no nascent soul elders. I'm afraid they have something to discuss?" Bai Fei smiled. "All right, fellow cultivator Bai, fellow cultivator Rua, fellow cultivator Shi and fellow cultivator Mo, I'll take my leave. If fate wills it, we'll meet again." After Xiao Hua finished speaking, lightning flashed around his body. He cupped his hands slightly and rushed into the sky. After Xiao Hua left, Mo Shan asked in a low voice, "Fellow cultivator Bai, this Xiao Hua from Imperial Thunder Sect is only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. How can you call him senior brother?" "Hee." Bai Fei smiled faintly, looked into the distance and said, "Not to mention senior brother, I'm even willing to call him martial uncle." Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Bai Fei strangely. Unexpectedly, Bai Fei did not say a word. Behind the cluster of wrinkles, his extremely shiny eyes seemed to have seen through time and space, and saw the moment when he was hiding in Flowing Ice Valley, when he stole a glance at Xiao Hua killing Qin Jian. Bai Fei and the other three were discussing how to go there, whether to wait for Xiao Hua to return or go there first. Xiao Hua's figure flew into the air, towards the nearest teleportation array, and flew in the air, muttering to himself. Naturally, he had never been to Luanshi's Fu Lin mountain range, and in his memory he had never heard of this name. However, when Ruo Taohong said this strange name, he suddenly remembered that when he met Huang Yi in Tianmen Mountain's Huang family, he met a cultivator named Yu Chuan, who was a consecrator of Luanshi's Ma family. At that time, after Xiao Hua saved everyone, this Moon Mote saw that Xiao Hua's cultivation was profound and wanted to befriend Xiao Hua. Moreover, it could also be considered as repaying Xiao Hua's kindness. He revealed the location of an ancient ruin that he knew of to Xiao Hua, and that location was Fu Lin Mountain Range. Of course, Yu Chuan was a consecrator of Luanshi's Ma family, so he knew a lot more about Fu Lin Mountain Range than Ruo Taohong, and naturally told Xiao Hua in detail. Xiao Hua also knew more about the treasures inside than Ruo Taohong, and Xiao Hua knew even more that those things were useful for condensing core, but the dangers were even more severe. He didn't expect himself to condense core so quickly, and didn't intend to take the risk to look for opportunities, so he just perfunctorily explained to Yu Chuan. At this time, he had already condensed core, so he didn't want to take the risk. In particular, he had to quickly wake up Jianghu, so how could he go to Luanxi? Of course, Yuchuan also made it clear that this ancient relic had been in Luanxi for many years, and very few people knew about it. Perhaps there were some useful things in the periphery that ordinary cultivators knew, but there were even more things that ordinary people didn't know about. Not only was it useful for foundation establishment, it was also useful for nascent soul and even spirit severing stage. After waking up Jianghu, Xiaohua was free, so naturally he was willing to take a look. This Bai Fei is really powerful. Xiaohua thought as he flew, how many years has it been? He actually cultivated from middle foundation establishment to late foundation establishment. If Bai Fei can really get some treasures from the ancient relic in Luanxi, advancing to gold core is just around the corner. Oh right, there's also that fallen gold mountains jade token in the sword tomb. How old is it? It's already gold core. Damn it, I'm afraid it's already nascent soul. They're all extremely powerful. Li Zongbao, although he's called handsome for a while, compared to them, he's nothing. Chapter 3072. Moreover, Hongxia obtained the inheritance of the phoenix, and Shui also obtained the inheritance of the lightning beast. Since they have such opportunities, then on the Dawn Rain continent, the disciples of the other aristocratic families should also have such opportunities. Xiaohua thought again. It seems that not only has the defeat of the Taoist sword war changed the situation of the entire Dawn Rain continent on the surface, but the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has also secretly changed the situation of the entire cultivation world. I'm afraid that in less than 100 years, the situation of the cultivation world's dominant sex will change, and the sword cultivators and aristocratic families will also stand out. Even the heavenly demon sect, and this Xiao's fortune gate. I'm afraid they will also appear in front of everyone's eyes, right? This is an era where the winds and clouds gather. Xiaohua sighed in loneliness. It's just that this Xiao is still rushing about for a living. Fortune gate? Xiaohua thought again as he flew. I don't know what this Xiao's fortune gate is like now. I don't know how powerful Zhong Haoren is, and whether Fei Yunshu and the others are obedient or not. Perhaps after dealing with Lu Er's matter, this Xiao won't be in a hurry to go to the Meng Mountains, and will first take a look at the fortune gate? After getting the nearest transmission array, Xiaohua naturally didn't need to go to the Lian country anymore, and after a little investigation, he turned around and went to the Meng country. Xiaohua had already gone to the Meng country's Taiqing sect when he participated in the Feather Immortal Assembly, so he had some impression of it. However, at that time, Xiaohua followed Zhen Qing and used a flying boat to go to the Inkzhao Black Forest. Now that he thought about it, that should be the secret path that the Imperial Thunder sect knew. Now that Xiaohua wanted to go to the Meng country, he should also go to the Haoming city to ask Yu Chen for the secret path through the Inkzhao Black Forest. Xiaohua's delay in the Thousand Red Mountains had caused him to fall behind Reverend Du Yi and Kind Xingzi, and even Reverend Lei Meng flew in front of Xiaohua. Of course, after the three Yuanian cultivators arrived at the nearest transmission array, they did not see any trace of Xiaohua, so they hesitated slightly. However, thinking that Xiaohua could disguise himself as John Doe, of course, he could also disguise himself as someone else. Therefore, after a little investigation, Immortal Du and Shan Xingzi found the most likely target and hurriedly chased after him. On the other hand, after Thunder Tablet Spiritual Master made some inquiries, he suddenly realized that other than himself, there were two other unknown cultivators chasing after Xiaohua. After recovering from his shock, Thunder Tablet Spiritual Master hurriedly found a nearby Imperial Thunder Sect disciple and sent a message to the sect. At the same time, he unhesitatingly chased after the two nascent soul cultivators. Of course, the three of them also had a backup plan and left an informant at the teleportation array. Xiaohua didn't know that there were three nascent soul realm cultivators chasing after him, and he didn't disguise himself at all. After he appeared in the teleportation array and went to Haoming City, he was immediately discovered by others and hurriedly passed the message to the three nascent soul realm cultivators. However, the three nascent soul realm cultivators were so fast that by the time the message reached them, Xiaohua had already teleported far away. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that when Xiao Hua flew to the vicinity of Haoming City, he felt that the news of him being expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect should have already reached here. If he entered Haoming City with his original appearance, there might be some trouble, so he changed his appearance again. As a result, needless to say, when Immortal Dewey and Shan Zongzi arrived at Haoming City, they lost track of Xiao Hua again. It was simply more of a hide-and-seek game than an ordinary hide-and-seek game. When the two nascent Soul Realm cultivators arrived at Haoming City, Xiao Hua had already arrived at the passage of the Mo Zhao Black Forest without anyone noticing. At this time, Xiao Hua was not wearing a camouflage robe, but an ordinary Taoist robe. His figure was also ordinary. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was still at the middle stage of foundation establishment, no one would pay much attention to him in a crowd. This time, the secret path that Xiao Hua took was different from the last time. As early as when Xiao Hua handed over the spirit stones in Haoming City, he had already asked clearly. After Mo Bao in the Mo Zhao Black Forest, after decades of stability, Haoming City had already found many safe secret paths in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. Of course, these secret paths were far and close. The far ones were naturally safe, but the close ones were more dangerous. For Xiao Hua, there was no danger. He just couldn't find the direction. Therefore, according to his stingy character, he still found the cheapest and the closest one. Today, he had been walking for about 20 days. According to the guards of Haoming City who sent him here, he would be able to pass through the Mo Zhao Black Forest in 1 or 2 days. From the Mo Zhao Black Forest to the Taiqing sect, and even the Changbai sect and other cultivation sects, Xiao Hua had exchanged spirit stones with the guards of Haoming City. Xiao Hua only needed to fly out of the Mo Zhao Black Forest to immediately fly to the Taiqing sect. After all, he had been delayed for more than a month, so Xiao Hua didn't know whether Han Zhu was still in the Taiqing sect. Of course, Xiao Hua also didn't know whether Han Zhu had gone to the Taiqing sect. He also planned to go from the Taiqing sect to the Kunlun sect in the Lian country. Looking at the gloomy Mo Zhao Black Forest and the faint ink spots outside the extremely hidden passage, Xiao Hua frowned and looked at the dozen or so cultivators in front of him. These cultivators all passed through the Mo Zhao Black Forest with Xiao Hua. Except for the female cultivator in the middle of the group who was at the 11th level of qi refining, and the 2 cultivators behind Xiao Hua who were fascinated, the rest were all foundation establishment cultivators. There were even 3 late foundation establishment cultivators in front of the group. After all, this secret path was the most dangerous. Without some self-protection, no one dared to choose this path. As for the female cultivator, she should be somewhat secretive and seemed to be hiding from something. Like Xiao Hua, she was eager to pass through the Mo Zhao Black Forest. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mingled with this group of foundation establishment cultivators. However, Xiao Hua had lost his previous curiosity and didn't want to pry into other people's secrets at all. He didn't even care which sects or families these cultivators belonged to. Before entering the Ink Cloud Black Forest, he had simply dealt with them. Perhaps Xiao Hua was just being perfunctory. Others could clearly see that after entering the Ink Cloud Black Forest, no one tried to worm their way into being friends with him. Other than that aura-refining female cultivator, perhaps Xiao Hua was the only one. As for the 2 fascinated cultivators behind Xiao Hua, they were hurriedly brought over by another Haoming City guard when the dozen or so people were preparing to enter the Mo Zhao Black Forest. They didn't have the opportunity to introduce themselves to Xiao Hua and the others. Naturally, they wouldn't be together with Xiao Hua. However, this most dangerous secret path was actually safe and sound. Up until now, there wasn't even the slightest ripple. This was clearly somewhat out of Xiao Hua's expectations. AI, there are still 2 more days. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd, then raised his head to look at the distance of the secret path. He felt somewhat anxious. Not only because of Jianghu's matter, but also because of another extremely bad feeling in the bottom of his heart. It was as if a kind of danger was quietly approaching. As for what kind of danger it was, he really couldn't say. Before the Great Dao Sword battle, his enemy was the invisible mysterious person who sealed his middle dantian. After the Great Dao Sword battle, it could be said that the entire Huan country was his enemy. The battle was over, but the sword cultivators had entered. What about him? Unfortunately, he was expelled from the Imperial Thunder sect. If the Void Heaven Sword School and the others wanted to take revenge, he could only run for his life. I'll endure it a little longer. In one more day, we'll be close to the edge of the Mo Zhao Black Forest. At that time, I won't care about anything else. I'll just rush out on my own. There won't be any mistakes left or right. Xiao Hua inwardly made up his mind. In the past 20 days, the late Foundation establishment cultivator leading the way had changed direction many times. Although Xiao Hua had a jade slip in his hand, he still couldn't grasp the direction. Moreover, he also knew that if he forcibly flew out halfway, it would affect the secret path. Xiao Hua wasn't ruthless enough to do that. With that thought, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and slowly flew with everyone. His mind slowly absorbed the insights from the several primordial spirits. Before the 3 primordial spirits went through the 3rd gold lightning tribulation, each of them had already cultivated their own secret techniques. In fact, whether it was the efficiency or the feeling they transmitted back, it was completely different from after the 3rd gold lightning tribulation. Now, each of the primordial spirits was like a complete copy of Xiao Hua. The speed at which they comprehended the secret techniques was very fast, and the things they transmitted back were also many. Moreover, these things were all comprehended by the primordial spirits. Xiao Hua's mind didn't need to think too much about it. He only needed to enjoy the wonderful feeling. Just as Xiao Hua was enjoying himself, 2 whoosh whoosh sounds came from behind him. 2 cultivators in camouflage clothes who had been lagging behind him moved at the same time. Fellow Taoist Jiang, don't worry. We're just going to the front. Xiao Hua had just opened his eyes and urged his magic power to guard against any sneak attacks from these 2 cultivators when a slightly hoarse voice sounded. N. Xiao Hua answered coldly. Without turning his head, his figure stopped in midair. Sure enough, the 2 cultivators didn't pass by Xiao Hua's left and right sides, but flew by Xiao Hua's left side one after the other. They didn't seem to want to attack. It's a bit strange. Xiao Hua waited for the 2 to pass by. Xiao Hua flew up again and looked at the 2's backs while secretly thinking. However, at this time, they were already close to the edge of the Ink Zhao Black Forest. Even if Mo Zhao appeared, Xiao Hua wouldn't care about any changes. Excuse me. After passing by Xiao Hua, the 2 cultivators shouted. They also passed by several middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivators and were about to approach the Qi refining female cultivator in the middle. The female cultivator became more and more uneasy after passing through the Ink Zhao Black Forest. Now that she heard the movement behind her, her face changed greatly. Especially when she saw that it was actually the 2 cultivators in camouflage clothes. They were the people she had been worried about for a long time. She didn't wait for the 2 to come closer and hurriedly increased her flying speed, wanting to overtake the 3 cultivators in front of her. However, the 3 cultivators in front of her were originally in a group. They were flying very close to each other, occupying more than half of the entire secret path. They were discussing something in a low voice. The female cultivator flew away at the same time. The 3 cultivators just turned around and didn't have time to get out of the way. Chapter 3073. The female aura refining cultivator fled in panic, seemingly not knowing where to go. She didn't dare to collide with the Foundation establishment cultivators and could only rush out of the secret passage. With a loud crackling sound, the female cultivator's left arm came out of the secret passage. Bursts of black flames appeared on the female cultivator's arm, and countless ink sand rushed into it. The female cultivator's body suddenly fell, obviously unable to resist the corrosion of the ink sand. The Foundation establishment cultivator blocking the way was also shocked and hastily dodged forward. The female cultivator was delighted and hurriedly rushed into the secret passage again. However, it was only for a moment. The brilliance around the female cultivator's body dimmed, especially her left arm, which was charred black, like a broken armor. However, this armor was extremely heavy, and the female cultivator's left arm was simply unable to move. The female cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. While trying her best to fly forward, she clapped her right hand, and a thumb-sized fire bead appeared in her hand. She slightly activated her magic power, and it immediately turned into a ball of fire, rushing into her left arm. Ka. With a violent sound, the ink sand that invaded the female cultivator's body was immediately blocked by the fire. As the fire rushed into the fire bead turned into a charred black color in the blink of an eye, without a trace of fire. Looking at the female cultivator's arm, the Taoist robe had already disappeared, revealing a patch of grayish-black skin. It was no longer the tender white skin of a female cultivator. However, the female cultivator didn't pay attention to this at all. When the true qi in her meridians could smoothly flow, she immediately flew several meters forward. When she got close to the two Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivators, she quickly shouted, "Senior Fu, Senior Lu, Junior is a disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain and is the Fire Qilin's maid. Seniors, please help me." Fire Qilin? Xiaohua clearly saw the female cultivator's series of actions from afar. He didn't expect the female cultivator to be able to remove the ink sand from her body. That fire bead was clearly prepared beforehand. When he heard that the female cultivator was the Fire Qilin's maid, he was even more stunned. He thought of that loathsome, yet pitiful, infatuated man. The two Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivators were clearly caught unprepared. They raised their eyes and looked at the two maze cultivators who were already closing in behind them. The two seniors are elders of the Mo Ling sect. Before the Great Tao Sword battle, they had come to our blazing fire mountain to visit the three ancestors. The female cultivator hurriedly said, "At that time, our young master received the two seniors in the Fire Spirit Hall. Furthermore, I accompanied the two seniors in the hall for several days and earnestly requested the three ancestors to meet the two seniors." Oh! All of the mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators looked at each other helplessly. The slightly plump Senior Fu on the left said, "Senior Brother Lu, this female cultivator is right. It looks like we have no choice but to take action." "That's right. Fellow Taoist Fire Qilin treated us well. Since this female cultivator is fellow Taoist Fire Qilin servant, we naturally can't ignore her. Otherwise, how would we face the Fire Qilin in the future?" As he spoke, the cultivator called Senior Lu swept his gaze over everyone. Obviously, these words were said for everyone to hear. This junior thanks the two seniors. Seeing this, the female cultivator was overjoyed. After expressing her thanks, she hurriedly hid behind the two. As for the cultivator surnamed Lu, he calmly looked at the two maze cultivators approaching and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoists, I am Lu Yu of the Mo Ling sect. This is my junior brother Fujia. I don't know what kind of grievances you have with this woman, but since I know the blazing fire Qilin of the blazing fire mountain and have received the favor of the three elders of the blazing fire mountain, even though the three elders have already fallen, we can't forget their kindness. As for the grievances between this woman and the two of you, please talk about them later." Boom! Lu Yu's words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Xiaohua. The three elders of the blazing fire mountain have already fallen? Could it be, during the Great Tao Sword battle? Those three elders were early nascent soul stage cultivators. They were also experts in joint attacks. Ordinary second stage sword transformation stage cultivators couldn't possibly be their match. How could they have fallen just like that? Although the three elders of the blazing fire mountain had pressured Xiaohua and Shui, they had also given Xiaohua some favor. However, Xiaohua had also received some kindness from Ardent Fire Mountain. Although this kindness was repaid by Ardent Fire Mountain to Xiaohua, Xiaohua still remembered it in his heart. Now that he heard that three nascent soul cultivators had fallen, how could he not be shocked and heartbroken? The two maze cultivators clearly didn't expect Lu Yu to really lend a helping hand. Their figures were slightly stunned, but immediately one of the cultivators said, "Fellow Taoist Lu, this matter has nothing to do with the Mo Ling sect. Moreover, the two of you only met the Fire Qilin once. Why do you have to forcefully stand up for this bit of fate? Fellow Taoists' words are wrong. Fu Jie said indifferently, the grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. That day, the 3 elders of the blazing fire mountain gave us extremely useful pointers. If we don't treat the younger generation of the blazing fire mountain well, wouldn't we be worse than pigs and dogs? Besides, this woman has already found me. If I don't stand up for her, I'm afraid I won't be able to meet other fellow Taoists in the future. Fellow Taoists should understand this situation. Don't force us to act and ruin each other's faces. Forget it. When the maize cultivator heard this, he pulled off the maize cultivator, revealing a thin figure and a somewhat pale face of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The person next to him also revealed himself. He was an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator who looked somewhat similar to this old man. I am Huachong, and this is my younger brother, Huaming. The middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator cupped his hands and said, both of us brothers are disciples of the blazing fire mountain. Lu Yu and Fu Jie were stunned. The people who had stopped in midair to watch the show were also stunned. Then, a trace of a smile appeared on their faces. I originally didn't want to reveal my true appearance. I also didn't want to make this matter big. Huachong explained, after all, this is a family matter of the blazing fire mountain, and it's a scandal. I only wanted to quietly resolve this matter. But since fellow Taoist Lu has stood up for justice, I can only stand up and explain to fellow Taoist Lu. My blazing fire mountain is very grateful for fellow Taoist Lu's righteousness, but I hope that fellow Taoist Lu won't fall into this slut's trap and affect the friendship between Mo Ling sect and my blazing fire mountain. Senior Lu. The female cultivator said anxiously, this junior won't make things difficult for senior. You don't need to care about the matters of my blazing fire mountain. You only need to protect this junior. When we get out of Inkzhao Black Forest, my young master will be waiting outside. Fellow Taoist Lu, Huachong smiled and cupped his hands towards all the foundation establishment cultivators. He said, this is a private matter of my blazing fire mountain. Fellow Taoists, the 2 of us brothers haven't acted yet because we're in the secret path of Inkzhao Black Forest. If something were to happen, it wouldn't be good for everyone. Moreover, in front of everyone. I don't want to do it, so I've been dragging it out until now. So, please continue on your own path. There are still a few days before we can pass through this secret path. It's safe before, so don't let anything happen at this final stage. Are you going to leave or not? The 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators at the front became impatient. He already said that this is a private matter of the blazing fire mountain. Why are you poking your nose into other people's business? After they finished speaking, the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators flew in front of them. Although Huachong's words were very humble, there was a hint of threat in them. Obviously, they didn't have enough confidence to capture this female cultivator in front of the other middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators, so they had endured until today. Seeing that they were about to reach the end of the secret path, they had no choice but to take action. Since they dared to take action, they must have something to rely on. Although the 3 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators were able to capture the 2 ardent Inferno Mountain cultivators, they were in the secret passage, after all. Just by fighting, they would be unable to make ends meet. Besides, if the ardent Inferno Mountain cultivators were to use any powerful magic tools, the secret passage would be affected. Black sand was not something that foundation establishment cultivators could deal with. In addition to ink sand, fighting could also attract ink zhao, which was even more terrifying than ink sand. Seeing the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators take action, the foundation establishment cultivators in front of Lu Yu and Fu Jie hesitated slightly, but they also urged their magic power and quickly left. Who didn't know the dangers of this secret path? Everyone understood the principle of, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. Senior Lu, the female cultivator, became anxious and shouted, this Huachong and Huaming are no longer disciples of the blazing fire mountain. They betrayed the blazing fire mountain when the 3 ancestors of my clan died. Lu Yu and Fu Jie were extremely embarrassed and hesitant, but when they heard this, they sneered, "Fellow Taoist Hua, is that girl right?" Alas! Huachong sighed and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist Lu, since this slut is so shameless and leaked the private matters of the Blazing Fire Mountain, I can only blame her. In that case, I can only expose my own shortcomings." Seeing that Huachong was about to speak, the cultivators behind him became unhappy and coldly said, "Fellow Taoist Hua, if you want to complain, please get out of the way. We have no interest in the matters of the Blazing Fire Mountain, and we have even less interest in listening to your secrets. And it's all I's fault." Huachong said with a smile, "I was a bit anxious." With that, Huachong and Huaming moved to the sides of the secret path, revealing a gap. "Seniors." The female cultivator became anxious and suddenly shouted, "Don't go. The young master of the Blazing Fire Mountain, Fire Qilin, is right in front of the secret path. Once this junior leaves the secret path, there will definitely be a great treasure to thank you." Unfortunately, not to mention the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators in front of her, even the two middle-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators in front of Xiaohua ignored her and directly flew between Huachong and Huaming. "Water essence, ice essence." The female cultivator hurriedly shouted, "This junior knows the whereabouts of the water essence, ice essence. If any senior can send this junior out of the secret path, this junior will definitely give half a drop of water essence, ice essence to thank you." Damn it. Huachong didn't expect that the female cultivator would be so desperate and couldn't help but curse inwardly. He waved his hand and was about to grab the female cultivator. Pung, with a light sound, Lu Yu hurriedly moved and blocked in front of the female cultivator. He also waved his Taoist robe and blocked Huachong's force to the side. With just this one collision, the originally stable secret path suddenly began to ripple. The grayish-black sand around the secret path shook violently, as if thousands of flying insects had smelled blood. Chapter 3074. Ha! One of the three late Foundation Establishment cultivators, who had already flown several dozen meters away, suddenly stopped and turned around to look at him. Although he didn't approach, he was clearly interested in the water essence, ice essence. Even the two late-stage nascent soul cultivators behind him stopped and looked over with interest, as if they were ready to attack at any time. "Fellow Taoist Hua," Lu Yu said with a smile, "why are you in such a hurry? Since your ardent Inferno Mountain has something good, why can't you share it with us?" Then he turned to look at the late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators who stopped in the distance and asked, "Moreover, I'm also curious about the ardent Inferno Mountain. After all, I have some friendship with the Ardent Inferno Mountain, and I sympathize with the three elders of the Ardent Inferno Mountain." Huachong glanced at the crowd. There were also a few cultivators behind him who were hesitating. After all, a treasure like the water essence, ice essence wasn't something that could be obtained so easily. Although there was only half a drop of this treasure, it was extremely beneficial for body tempering and special cultivation techniques. Didn't Taoist Mad Heaven of the Imperial Thunder sect rely on half a drop of earth crystal Yao milk to become a nascent soul master? Who would easily give up such an opportunity? "Fellow Taoists." Huachong clenched his teeth and said, "My ardent Inferno Mountain does have the water essence, ice essence. However, it's already in the hands of I and the others. Although this bitch knows the news, she can't take it out. Fellow Taoists, don't listen to her words." "Fellow Taoist Hua," Xiaohua said indifferently, "this girl said she has news. You said you have the water essence, ice essence, but who should we believe? You might as well tell us what happened in the ardent Inferno Mountain. This old man is very curious." "All right." Huachong looked around and saw that the cultivators flying around had all stopped and were quietly watching the development of the situation. However, it seemed that other than Xiaohua, the others didn't care too much about what happened in the ardent Inferno Mountain. As for Xiaohua's suggestion, it gave them time to prepare, so they didn't raise any objections. Then, Huachong vaguely and briefly explained the situation in the ardent Inferno Mountain. This matter was not out of Xiaohua's expectations. Since this ardent fire mountain had 3 elders, then they must be divided into 3 branches. Although these 3 elders of the ardent fire mountain were compatriots for 3 lifetimes and were like one person, the disciples under them were not one person. When the 3 elders were alive, all the conflicts would naturally not be exposed, and everyone would be obedient. Although the 3 old men understood the hidden dangers of ardent fire mountain, they did not care about it. Their temperaments were somewhat irritable to begin with. Furthermore, they had just advanced to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. There was still a long way to go before they could reorganize the ardent fire mountain and leave behind a backup plan. Even if there was a great battle between Dao and Sword here, the 3 elders did not care. After all, there had been countless battles before, and there were very few cases of nascent soul masters dying. Even if there were deaths, most of them were of the early stage of the original level. How could there be a mid-stage of the original level? Not to mention the 3 of them who were proficient in joint attacks. In fact, this was indeed the case. The 3 of them were also regarded as the strongest attacks by Sun Yunzi of the Splendid Flower sect to be used against sword cultivators in the gambling match. Unfortunately, they encountered the mysterious fairy Luohua. The 3 nascent soul middle stage cultivators had almost no power to fight back in front of fairy Luohua when she revealed her true form. They could only watch helplessly as they were beaten to death, without even leaving a last word. Although Ardent Fire Mountain was a famous cultivation sect, when they suddenly lost 3 mid-stage of the original level, it was immediately like a flock of wild geese that had lost their leader. Before leaving the Sky Patrol City, a group of Golden Core disciples began to have their own plans. Fortunately, when they were in the Sky Patrol City, there were other original level nascent soul masters to deter these disciples, so they did not dare to be too arrogant. After the first batch of disciples from Ardent Fire Mountain evacuated from the Sky Patrol City, the entire Ardent Fire Mountain immediately fell apart. Like monkeys scattering when the tree fell, they were divided into 3 factions. Needless to say, behind these 3 factions, there were traces of other cultivation sects and families in the country of Xi. It could be said that after the Great Dao Sword War, the Dao sect suffered great losses, and so did the Ardent Fire Mountain. Hua Hibiscus and Hua Qilin were not from the same faction, so naturally, they could not help but be involved in the waves. The female cultivator in front of them was not from the same faction as Hua Chong and Hua Ming. The fight and competition between them had gradually begun to heat up. Hua Chong captured this female cultivator for some scarce resources in the Ardent Fire Mountain sect. Of course, Hua Chong could not explain the matter in detail, let alone his purpose. However, it was obvious that no matter what, this was the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain, and it was not suitable for outsiders to interfere. Unless the outsiders had other ideas. Hee, Xiaohua listened and sneered, I understand now. In other words, your Ardent Fire Mountain has the water element ice pith, but you don't know where it is. However, this girl knew where the water essence ice pith was. But the location of the water element ice pith has been seized by you? Is that so? Hua Chong was a bit embarrassed, but when he saw that Xiaohua was alone, he lightly said, this water element ice pith was only obtained by the 3 old ancestors of my Ardent Fire Mountain by chance. As for whether they used it all or not, I don't know. But if there is, then it must be in our hands. You only know where the water element ice pith is, so it is meaningless. Then he coldly glared at the female cultivator and said, this slut is just spouting nonsense. How can her words be fulfilled? Of course, I do not dare to make any more promises. Hua Chong pondered for a moment, then looked at Hua Ming and said, if we can really obtain the water essence ice pith from this slut, then fellow Taoists can obtain a little. As for how much, this poor Taoist cannot guarantee. Hearing this, the many cultivators who had taken advantage of the time when Xiaohua was asking about the situation of Ardent Fire Mountain to come up with a plan. Hua Chong's words were clearly much more realistic than what the female cultivator had said. What was the water element ice pith? How could they casually give everyone half a drop? Moreover, the water element ice pith was not in the hands of this female cultivator. Most importantly, this female cultivator had never revealed her name from the beginning to the end. Even to Lu Yu and Wuxia, she only claimed to be the fire Qilin's maid. Fellow Taoist Hua. The two cultivators in front of Xiaohua said, as long as we don't interfere, will we be able to obtain the water element ice pith? That's right. Huacheng was overjoyed when he saw that someone had loosened up. He nodded and said, fellow Taoist only needs to send your name to I and I will give you the communication talisman. After half a year, my Ardent Fire Mountain will be stable. Fellow Taoist can go to Ardent Fire Mountain. Even if you do not obtain the water element ice pith, I will still reward you handsomely. Good, the two middle stage foundation establishment cultivators did not seem to be interested in the water element ice pith. After a few words, Huacheng took out two communication talismans and handed them to the two. The two immediately flew over and no longer cared about this matter. What about you two fellow Taoists? Huacheng looked at Lu Yu and said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, I have already said all the good things. Mo Ling's sect has a good relationship with my Ardent Fire Mountain. I do not want to cause any more problems. This was already the second time Huacheng reminded Lu Yu. Lu Yu was really hesitant. At this moment, he was somewhat regretting that he had been too rash. Seeing Lu Yu hesitate, Huacheng smiled and turned to look at Xiaohua behind him and asked with a smile. Xiaohua was also in a difficult position. He knew Huafurong and Fire Qilin, but this Huacheng did not say whether they were Huafurong's subordinates or other people's subordinates. Moreover, this was indeed the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. Although Xiaohua wanted to obtain the water element ice pith, if he wanted to obtain it from the hands of these people, he was afraid that he would not be able to obtain it. Without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, the late-stage foundation establishment cultivator laughed and said, fellow Taoist Hua, this old man believes your words. We should not interfere with the internal affairs of your Ardent Fire Mountain. However, since this girl asked for help from us, how can we ignore it? We naturally do not care about the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. You can do whatever you want. However, this old man still understands the most basic tenderness for the fairer sex. Fellow Taoist. Huacheng was most afraid of the three late-stage foundation establishment cultivators in front of him. Seeing this cultivator actually speak, his complexion unconsciously changed. Little girl. The cultivator looked at the female cultivator and said, this old man is very interested in the water element ice pith. However, the three of us need 2 drops. Good. The female cultivator saw that Lu Yu was somewhat hesitant and her face unconsciously turned pale. However, now that she saw the 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators speak, she did not hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. Xiaohua smiled. He had already seen that although these 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators coveted the water element ice pith, their plans were obviously not limited to this. No one would casually agree to an anonymous stranger's request based on a promise without any evidence. Presumably, these 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators really wanted to interfere with the internal affairs of Ardent Fire Mountain. 3 fellow Taoists? Huacheng narrowed his eyes and coldly said, this Hua will say it one last time. This is my Ardent Fire Mountain's internal affairs. So what if it's Ardent Fire Mountain's internal affairs? Another late-stage foundation establishment cultivator angrily said, you attacked and killed a female qi refining cultivator here and even threatened us with the secret passage of Ink Cloud Black Forest. Can't we do anything about it? Huacheng clenched his teeth and patted his storage pouch. He really took out 2 bright red things the size of duck eggs from his storage pouch and fiercely said, 3 fellow Taoists, this Hua originally did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. Previously, I've already endured for several dozen days. Now that I've finished speaking, then, this Hua can only apologize. Flame Thunderbolt. The female cultivator was obviously very familiar with the magic tools of Ardent Fire Mountain. She cried out involuntarily, you actually dare to take this thing out? Obviously, this female cultivator's experience was insufficient. If she did not say anything, others might not have noticed, but her exclamation was enough to make others feel greatly alarmed. Although Xiaohua did not know what this flame thunderbolt was, he understood that its power was definitely not small. The three late-stage foundation establishment cultivators and even Lu Yu and Fu Jie's complexion greatly changed when they saw the flame thunderbolt. Chapter 3075. If fellow Taoist is related to my ardent fire mountain, then you should know the power of this item. Huachong coldly said, not to mention that this is the ink shadow black forest. Even if it was nearby, with Ai's magic power, none of the fellow Taoists would be able to dodge it. Now, even if there is a fellow Taoist who can dodge it, he. After Huachong finished speaking, Huaming also took the opportunity to speak. Fellow Taoists, what my senior brother said before still stands. If any fellow Taoist is not willing to interfere with the internal affairs of my ardent fire mountain, please leave immediately. I will send you a communication talisman. Hearing Huaming's words, the faces of the cultivators relaxed. The others who hadn't spoken until now all raised their hands. Huaming hurriedly sent out a communication talisman, and the cultivators activated their magic power and flew forward. Only Lu Yu, Fu Jie, the three late foundation establishment cultivators, and Xiaohua behind Huachong didn't move. Fellow Taoist, do you still want to stay here? Huaming looked at Xiaohua. He didn't think Xiaohua was a threat. Forget it. Before Xiaohua could speak, Lu Yu sighed and said, this is the internal affairs of your ardent fire mountain. I have no reason to interfere. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Fu Jie. The two of them activated their magic power and stopped Huaming's communication talisman from flying forward. This old man doesn't care, Xiaohua smiled and said, however, fellow Taoist Hua, you still have to be careful. I will fly over now. You must not. With that, Xiaohua's figure slowly moved and flew between Huachong and Huaming. At this moment, the three late foundation establishment cultivators also began to send voice transmissions. Clearly, they were also stunned by Huachong's method of mutual destruction. The female cultivator bit her lips, and her eyes were filled with despair. Wang, just as Xiaohua approached the Huachong, an indescribable rumbling sound suddenly came from the side of the Huachong. An extremely powerful impact force was generated at the same time, as if someone had suddenly activated their mana to attack the Huachong. Huachong held the flame thunderbolt in his hand and looked at Xiaohua with extreme caution. At the same time, because he couldn't use his divine sense freely, he glanced at the three late foundation establishment stage cultivators beside him from time to time, fearing that Xiaohua or the three cultivators would launch a sneak attack. Huachong's gaze was fixed on Xiaohua as he unleashed this attack. When the attack reached Huachong like several huge stone pillars, he didn't hesitate to activate the magic power in his hand. He threw a flame thunderbolt at the three late foundation establishment cultivators in front of him and another one at Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart when he heard the force and sound. However, this movement was too strange and sudden. His figure was also knocked askew by the impact, so he didn't have time to use any means to restrain Huachong and Huaming. Seeing that Huachong's first reaction was to use the flame thunderbolt, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to control his body and use the Devil Realm's concealment technique to disappear from Huachong and Huaming's sight. After Huachong threw the flame thunderbolt, he discovered that the other late foundation establishment cultivators in the distance were also in the same position as him. Their figures were also askew. The strange movement wasn't caused by a late foundation establishment cultivator at all. What was special was that the originally stable secret path was like a ribbon floating in water under the impact. It was instantly torn apart and turned into several segments. The scattered ink sand around the secret path poured in without any explanation, and it looked like it was about to drown everyone. As the saying goes, fortune doesn't come in pairs and misfortune doesn't come alone. The moment the black sand poured in, the two flame thunderbolts also erupted. A bright red flame flashed, and like the jealous gaze of a lover, it enveloped the space within a radius of several tens of zhang. With a rumbling sound, An explosion comparable to Xiao Hua's fire talisman spread out in all directions with Huchong as the center. The flame thunderbolt was extremely powerful. Although Huchong and Huaming's bodies were already flashing with a red brilliance, the brilliance disappeared in a flash within the flames. Under the brilliance, the two's Taoist robes were torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. Then, dozens of pieces of armor flew out from the robes and fluttered like butterflies. The butterflies' colorful wings were the two's flesh and blood that were gradually being torn apart. Huchong and Huaming, the two mid-foundation establishment cultivators, couldn't withstand the power of the flame thunderbolt, so the female cultivator from Ardent Fire Mountain was even more unable to withstand it. The moment the flame thunderbolt's explosion arrived, the female cultivator's body was directly pressed to the bottom of the secret path. However, although the female cultivator had already fainted within the flames, thin flames flickered around her body. These flames flickered like a candle. Although they could be extinguished at any time, they were so tenacious that they didn't disappear even after the female cultivator rushed out of the secret path and landed on the ground. Damn it! A few feet to the left of the female cultivator, Xiao Hua's figure flashed out. His body was also flashing with an intense brilliance. Clearly, he had been forced out of the secret path by the flame thunderbolt. As soon as Xiao Hua's figure appeared, he hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, the black sand around the secret path had been pushed back by the flame thunderbolt, so there wasn't any black sand around Xiao Hua. Damn it! Xiao Hua's gaze swept over the several dozen feet of flames above his head and the black sand that was like a huge wave crashing against the shore. Although this black sand wasn't as powerful as the black sand from last time, Xiao Hua understood that the secret path had most likely disappeared. If he was trapped by this black sand, there would be a lot of trouble. Therefore, he cursed and hurriedly used the earth escape technique to escape like before. It was at this moment that the female cultivator from Ardent Fire Mountain landed not far from him. Eh? Flame hibiscus? When Xiao Hua swept a glance over, he was immediately stunned. The female cultivator now didn't have the slightly pretty appearance from before. Instead, she revealed an appearance similar to flame hibiscus. However, in just a moment, Xiao Hua understood that this female cultivator was definitely not flame hibiscus. She should be the same as Flame Hibiscus, a descendant of the three elders of Ardent Fire Mountain. Sigh, really, there are thousands of kinds of beauty, but as for ugliness, it seems there's only one kind. Xiao Hua didn't have any hesitation. He rolled up the sleeve of his Taoist robe and took the female cultivator who was practically indistinguishable from Flame Hibiscus into his hand. He once again glanced at the black sand that had already closed in the blink of an eye. Knowing that he didn't have any extra time to save others, he immediately urged his magic power and escaped into the ground, escaping out of ink cloud black forest. Not long after Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, countless amounts of black sand rushed over, annihilating everything within 100 feet of the secret passage. Even before the black sand settled down, countless bursting sounds came from nearby, like bubbles bursting out from the mud in the sea, rising and falling one after another, the sounds unceasingly resounding. Following the appearance of these bursting sounds, all of the black sand within a range of about 10 miles was stirred up, and all of the black wood was blasted apart. Wave after wave of intense fluctuations were emitted from these bursting sounds. Not only did it wantonly spread out within 10 miles, it also unbridled rushed to the surroundings of ink cloud black forest, causing the entire place to be in chaos. Even the group of Mo Zhao was shocked by the sudden change. They stayed far away and did not dare to get close to it. After waiting for nearly an hour, a loud boom sounded, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. A black spot appeared on the ground, and this black spot instantly expanded, like a whirlpool turning into a black hole. Inside the black hole, rays of black and white brilliance rotated like a wave wheel. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and a figure rushed out from the black hole. Haha! Another loud and clear laugh sounded. I finally rushed into the ninth heaven. The figure actually laughed loudly and rushed into the black sand. A day later, at a place a few miles away from the original exit of the secret path, A figure rushed out from the ground. Once this figure appeared in the air, he did not stop at all. He flew close to the ground and only stopped abruptly after flying for several hundred feet. Looking at the tall and thin figure, if it wasn't Xiaohua who had already recovered his original appearance, who else could it be? Alas, I finally rushed out. Xiaohua looked at the sunlight sprinkling on his body, and then looked behind him at the ink-xiao black forest and sighed. Fortunately, I'm already very close to the edge. Otherwise, with this Xiao's ability, it would really be difficult to rush out from inside. That's right. Although the place where the secret path disappeared was only 1 or 2 days away from the ink cloud black forest, and Xiaohua's earth escape technique was extremely fast, it had taken Xiaohua a long time to cover such a short distance, and he had almost rushed into the depths of the ink cloud black forest several times. Come out! Xiaohua shook his Taoist robe, and the female cultivator that he had been holding in his hand was shaken to the ground. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and placed his finger on the female cultivator's wrist. After a brief inspection, he pressed his hand between the female cultivator's armpits. Then, the female cultivator groaned and unexpectedly opened her eyes. This female cultivator was only knocked out by the impact of the flame thunderbolt and the strange changes in the ink-xiao black forest. Naturally, Xiaohua already knew that this female cultivator must be wearing a protective armor, otherwise, she would have been torn apart like Huachong and Huaming. Just as the female cultivator opened her eyes, she was immediately forced to close them due to the intense sunlight. Moreover, at the same time, the female cultivator very cleverly urged her magic power, wanting to fly. Unfortunately, her flight talisman had already been torn apart by the impact of the ink-xiao black forest, so how could she still fly? The female cultivator's figure struggled on the ground and immediately jumped up vigorously. With a slight glance, her gaze fell on Xiaohua's face. It was very obvious that Xiaohua's face was extremely unfamiliar to her. He was not one of the dozen cultivators who had passed through the secret path with her. Immediately, the female cultivator did not hurry to salute, but naturally touched her face with her hand, as if to confirm something. Senior. When the female cultivator's hand left her forehead, the female cultivator slightly urged her magic, and after sensing Xiaohua's cultivation, she hurriedly bowed and respectfully said, "Junior." After saying these 2 words, the female cultivator's face suddenly revealed a shocked expression, and she cried out, You are Xiaohua?" When the 2 words Xiaohua came out, the female cultivator was so frightened that her face turned pale. She actually looked around, as if she wanted to escape. Chapter 3076. Who are you? How do you know this old man's name? Xiaohua frowned and asked coldly. This junior is a disciple of Blazing Fire Mountain. The female cultivator realized that there was no one else around. She panicked but slowly calmed down. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Because my Blazing Fire Mountain has always had battle reports from Sky Patrol City. Not only Martial Uncle Xiao, but also Martial Uncle Li Zongbao, Martial Uncle Xiao Mao, and Fairy Hong Xia's information and appearance. Moreover, this junior is Huafurong's maid. I often hear Miss talk about Martial Uncle Xiao, so this junior recognized Martial Uncle Xiao when I saw him." Xiaohua's face showed a smile. He thought that this female cultivator would repeat what she said in the secret path, but he did not expect her to become Huafurong's maid. Was this not a lie? However, Xiaohua did not expose her. Instead, he asked curiously, "Since you are a disciple of Blazing Fire Mountain and Huafurong's maid, why did you come to Ink Cloud Black Forest alone? And you fainted in the secret path? If I did not pass through the secret path, wouldn't you be covered by the Ink Cloud Black Forest? Swallowed by the Ink Cloud Black Forest?" The female cultivator was a little surprised. She did not know how long she had fainted and did not know if this was the original exit of the secret path. After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, "This junior naturally wanted to pass through the secret path to Meng country. But I did not expect that when I reached the edge of Ink Cloud Black Forest, I encountered a change and the secret path was destroyed. If this junior was not wearing the secret armor, I am afraid that I would have been buried in ink cloud black forest. I could not wait for Martial Uncle Zhao's rescue. Are you going to Meng country? Xiao Hua was shocked and said, But this is Shi country. This Xiao is returning to Shi country from Meng country. It seems that this Xiao has brought you to the wrong place. What? This is Shi country? How is that possible? The female cultivator was also stunned. She looked around in disbelief and said puzzledly, Martial Uncle Xiao, this scenery should be Meng country. How can it be Shi country? Xiao Hua sneered, since you know that this is Meng country, how can this Xiao not know? I just want to know, when can a lie be exposed? Martial Uncle Xiao. Panic flashed across the female cultivator's face. She whispered, Senior, what is the meaning of this? This Xiao heard that Ardent Fire Mountain has already been divided into 3 parts. Where did Flaming Hibiscus come from? Where was the Fire Qilin? Who are you? Xiao Hua coldly said, even though this Xiao has some friendship with these two, as Huafurong's maid, you should naturally know how the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain treated this Xiao in the past, right? This Xiao will not be courteous to the disciples of Ardent Fire Mountain. Martial Uncle Xiao. The female cultivator immediately turned pitiful and said in a low voice, Junior knows her mistake. This Junior is the maid of young noble Fire Qilin. However, this Junior knows that my young master has offended Senior before, so this Junior doesn't dare to say it out loud. I hope Senior can understand. Xiao Hua's expression was a bit calm as he lightly said, the Fire Qilin didn't offend this Xiao. If you were the Fire Qilin servant girl, then this Xiao would definitely not make things difficult for you. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Xiao. A trace of joy flashed through the female cultivator's eyes. She whispered, no wonder Miss Furong has always been praising Martial Uncle. It turns out that Martial Uncle's mind is not ordinary. Xiao Hua sneered, is this Xiao worth arguing with him? Speaking up to hear, Xiao Hua asked again, how are Flaming Hibiscus and Fire Qilin now? Why did you come to Meng country? Hey, Martial Uncle knows. That female cultivator's face was once again filled with sorrow. She whispered, although Miss Furong and my young master have a very good relationship, but, after all, they are not of the same lineage. The 2 of them are only Foundation Establishment disciples. Under the coercion of a gold core master, they are unable to act independently. Now they are like fire and water. This Junior has received the order of my young master to come to Meng country to handle a secret matter. As for what it is, I hope Martial Uncle Xiao can understand. This Junior can't answer. Since it is the matter of the Fire Qilin, then this Xiao will not ask any more. Xiao Hua sighed. This Xiao is old acquaintances with Flaming Hibiscus and Fire Qilin. I don't wish for any gap to appear between them. Yes, my young master is also unwilling. That female cultivator's face was filled with helplessness, but now, Ardent Fire Mountain. Alas, it is already torn apart. My young master is also unable to act independently. Forget it. This is your Ardent Fire Mountain's internal affairs. Whether it is Flaming Hibiscus or Fire Qilin who took the lead, it has nothing to do with this Xiao. Xiao Hua sighed and pointed his finger into the distance. Let's go. A few miles ahead, there seems to be someone looking for you. Perhaps they are looking for you? This Xiao will send you there. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Xiao. That female cultivator happily said, this Junior will definitely bring Martial Uncle Xiao's words to my young master. If both of them can live in harmony, how good would that be? Yes, in this world, the most precious thing is family affection. Don't wait until you no longer have the opportunity to know the importance of family affection. Xiao Hua nodded and took the lead to fly up. Not long after, she saw several Foundation Establishment cultivators flying over in front of her. Their divine senses also swept over, and the female cultivator's face revealed a happy expression. She called out, Martial Uncle Xiao, these are the masters who came to find this Junior. They are also my young master's martial brothers. You can chat with them as much as you want. At this point, the female cultivator was somewhat hesitant. However, they and Miss Hibiscus are extremely against each other, so it's like this. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, since it's like this Xiao won't go over. If Flaming Hibiscus were to know, I'm afraid there would be some misunderstandings. After your Ardent Fire Mountain's affairs are finished, it won't be too late for this Xiao to go to Ardent Fire Mountain. Alright. The female cultivator's face revealed extreme reluctance, then she respectfully bowed and said, this junior thanks Martial Uncle Xiao for saving my life. This junior will definitely bring Martial Uncle Xiao's words to my young master. Moreover, this junior will definitely think of a way to bring it to Miss Hibiscus. Please tell me the direction. If that's the case, this Xiao didn't save you in vain. Xiao Hua nodded, then with a flick of his sleeve, he pulled himself away and flew in another direction, respectfully sending Martial Uncle Xiao off. The female cultivator stood in midair and called out very respectfully. Xiao Hua naturally didn't reply, and flew further and further away. Miss. The several Foundation establishment cultivators flew closer and immediately surrounded this female cultivator. One of them called out, you, shut up. The female cultivator glared at him, stopping that cultivator. Yes. That cultivator was greatly alarmed and hurriedly shut his mouth, similarly looking into the distance. That cultivator just now was Xiao Hua. The female cultivator saw that Xiao Hua had already flown far away, then said in a low voice, Imperial Thunder Sex Xiao Hua. Hiss. That cultivator also exclaimed in a low voice, that Xiao Hua who made outstanding military achievements in the Great Dao Sword War and has some friendship with Flaming Hibiscus and Fire Qilin? That's right. The respect on the female cultivator's face had already completely disappeared, and she said coldly, if he knew my identity, would I still be able to go to that place safely? Would I still be able to find opponents to deal with those two? Yes, this subordinate understands. That cultivator hurriedly replied. Let's go. The female cultivator waved her hand, but this Xiaohua, he's just a facade. That's right, miss. What happened in Inkcloud Black Forest? There seems to be a great change inside. How did you come out? The Foundation establishment cultivator asked again. There are no other secret passages around here, and the original secret passage seems to have been completely destroyed. What? This place? The female cultivator obviously thought of something, and hurriedly said, how far is this place from the original exit of the secret passage? How long is it from the agreed time? Miss came out earlier than the agreed time. That Foundation establishment cultivator hurriedly replied, moreover, this place is only 3 to 4 li away from the original exit of the secret passage. This is bad. The female cultivator was stunned, then hurriedly reached into her bosom and took out a small storage pouch. When she opened it to take a look, her face unconsciously turned deathly pale. She raised her hand and threw the empty storage pouch into the air, cursing loudly, damned Xiaohua, you. Unfortunately, after saying you a few times, the female cultivator became dejected again. She didn't know what to say anymore. It was as if Xiaohua's words were ringing in her ears again. I just want to know, when can a lie be exposed? This damned Xiaohua. He actually knew I was lying from the beginning. The female cultivator slightly narrowed her eyes, looking into the distance. Among those dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, I'm afraid one of them is Xiaohua in disguise, right? Miss, a Foundation establishment cultivator hurriedly asked, is it the water element ice essence? Yes, those 6 drops of water element ice essence are gone. The female cultivator had already regained her calmness. What should we do? That Foundation establishment cultivator was anxious. Without the water element ice essence, how could that person act? Martial Uncle? Let's go. Although there is no water element ice essence, I'm here. Am I not worth 6 drops of water element ice essence? The female cultivator indifferently said, since father promised, how could he go back on his words? As long as that senior follows us to the Ardent Fire Mountain, wouldn't it be there? But that Foundation establishment cultivator still wanted to say something, but seeing the female cultivator's displeased expression, he could only nod and say, I'll listen to Miss Luan's instructions. Damned Xiaohua, this female cultivator called Miss Luan activated her flying talisman, flying several feet, but still unable to vent her anger. She turned her head back, staring at the direction Xiaohua disappeared, fiercely cursing a few words, then flew away again. And how could the distant Xiaohua still hear her? He merely sneered as he flew, inwardly saying, Hee, you want to play tricks with this Xiao, you're still too inexperienced. Although this Xiao doesn't know if you're the fire Qilin's maid, with your status as a maid, how could there be water element ice essence in your storage pouch? Moreover, that storage pouch is of the lowest grade? Yes, besides some spirit stones, there's only a disguised jade box inside the storage pouch. There's not even a token. It'd be strange if there's nothing fishy. Originally, this Xiao wanted to wake you up and properly ask you, but since you're Fire Furong's maid, this Xiao will be even more impolite. This Xiao saved your life, yet you still hid it from this Xiao, so what if I took your things? Chapter 3077. Thinking of this, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and looked at it again and again. Then, he raised his head and seemed to be looking for the sun to identify the direction. Suddenly, a very familiar Buddhist sense came out of the ink cloud black forest, and then a familiar voice transmission sounded in Xiaohua's ears. Xiaohua? Why you here? Ha, this is indeed the ink cloud black forest. It's really weird, really weird. Wasn't this the laughter of the human figure that appeared after the secret path in the ink cloud black forest was destroyed? Hanju? Wasn't he in the Taiching sect? How could he appear in the ink cloud black forest? Could it be that Bai Fei was wrong? Xiaohua was really shocked. He stopped in midair and turned to look at the ink cloud black forest. Sure enough, a white-haired cultivator in a light-colored Taoist robe flew out of the ink cloud black forest. This old man had 2 thick black broom eyebrows, and a pair of eyes under them were slightly surprised. The pale golden Taoist crown on the old man's head was particularly obvious. Junior Xiaohua greets martial uncle Hanju. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed to greet him. Get up. Hanju waved his hand casually and said with a smile, You're now a well-known figure in the Xiaoyu continent. You're no longer the chi refinement kid I saw in the past. Your progress in the past few decades really makes me happy. Hanju changed his scolding outside the Sky Patrol City and treated Xiaohua with great kindness. I don't dare. Xiaohua said with a smile, I was just lucky. I can't compare to Martial Uncle and other Gold Core cultivators, but my cultivation base is solid. Martial Uncle's scolding that day was very right, and I've learned a lot from Martial Uncle's teachings. You still have a long way to go, and your future is excellent. With your current reputation and achievements, you'll definitely surpass me after you condense your Gold Core. Hanju said with a smile. By the way, Martial Uncle, Xiaohua asked again, I heard that the Taoist sword war was over, so I wanted to go to the Kunlun sect to find Martial Uncle. But I heard that the Gold Core masters of the Kunlun sect were invited to the Taiching sect, so they changed their route and came to Meng Kingdom. Martial Uncle, why did you come out of the ink cloud black forest? Are you looking for me because of that child? Hanju's eyes flashed with a strange light. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. That child has already been unconscious for several years. My family is very worried, so I have no choice but to ask Martial Uncle for help again. Fine. Hanju looked around and laughed. I don't have time to bring you to the Buddhist sect's ruins. But now, it's a good opportunity. Let's go. I'll bring you to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, and I'll tell you something interesting on the way. When Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed. He bowed and said, Many thanks, Martial Uncle Hanju. Along the way, Hanju seemed to be very happy. He answered all of Xiaohua's questions and even took the initiative to tell him about going to the Taiching sect. After hearing Han Zhu's explanation, Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. When Xiaohua was participating in the Feather Immortal gathering of the Taiqing sect, he had heard from Zhenqing that the 3 peaks of the Taiqing sect were extremely tall. The Taiqing sect claimed that these 3 peaks were pillars that supported the heavens and the earth. Moreover, Zhenqing also said that since ancient times, no one had been able to truly climb to the top of these 3 peaks. However, what Zhenqing didn't tell Xiaohua was that because of the 3 peaks, the Taiqing sect would hold an ascension to immortality gathering every 60 years. The so-called ascension to immortality gathering was actually organized by the Taiqing sect. They would invite golden core disciples from the country of Shi, the country of Lian, and the country of Meng to come to the Taiqing sect. They would compare their cultivation techniques and exchange their experiences. At the same time, they would fly and climb the 9 heavens from the 3 peaks. Whoever could climb the highest would be the person who would ascend to immortality in the ascension to immortality gathering. Of course, the Taiqing sect had a lot of rewards. During the process of climbing, they would experience the battle between humans and the heavens, which was extremely useful for the cultivation of many golden core disciples. Therefore, many golden core disciples felt proud to participate in the ascension to immortality gathering. However, the Taiqing sect made the decision on who would participate in the ascension to immortality gathering. The sects that would be chosen were also controlled by them. Not just any golden core disciple could participate. Every golden core disciple who could participate in the ascension to immortality gathering was an outstanding talent. They were also disciples that the Taiqing sect believed would be able to cultivate to the nascent soul stage and become a grandmaster. As for why Zhenqing didn't mention it to Xiaohua back then, it was probably because Zhenqing had never participated in the ascension to immortality gathering before. Of course, the ascension to immortality gathering this time was different from the previous years. Firstly, it was less than 60 years ago. Secondly, the Dao sect had suffered a great defeat in the Great Dao Sword War. It was also when the Dao sect's cultivators were retreating that Taoist Yu Qing of the Taiqing sect came out on a whim and invited the golden core disciples of the various sects to the Taiqing sect. He probably wanted to boost the low morale of the crowd. In fact, with Han Zhu's cultivation and reputation, he was far from being qualified to participate in the ascension to immortality gathering. However, since he accompanied Sha Kongzi to Sky Patrol City to participate in the Great Dao Sword War and also made some contributions, he received an invitation from the Taiqing sect. According to Han Zhu's thinking, it was impossible for him to stand out in the ascension to immortality gathering. Therefore, he only had the attitude of watching the show. After randomly drawing the heavenly peak, he leisurely set off after everyone rushed up the 3 peaks. However, the strange thing was that when Han Zhu flew to a certain limit, he didn't see any disciples who were flying in front of him. Especially on the heavenly peak, all kinds of dangers appeared as if they were natural barriers that prevented him from approaching the peak. It was also at this moment that he finally understood the meaning of the ascension to immortality gathering. Without a certain cultivation and strength, even a golden core cultivator wouldn't be able to charge out of these natural barriers. Just when he was about to give up, Han Zhu was once again determined to win. He used a spell to detect that no one was spying on him. In fact, under such natural barriers, it was impossible for anyone to spy on him. Therefore, he secretly used the Buddhist sect's secret technique. What surprised Han Zhu was that under the support of the Buddhist sect's secret technique, he was able to break through many of the barriers. In the end, he even rushed to the peak of the heavenly peak and broke through the final barrier. He directly entered the land of the 9 heavens that the Taiqing sect's cultivators spoke of. However, when Han Zhu reached the land of the 9 heavens, he suddenly realized that the land of the 9 heavens was actually extremely similar to the ink cloud black forest. Moreover, after Han Zhu slightly identified the direction, he rushed out of the land of the 9 heavens and appeared in front of Xiaohua at this moment. What? When Xiaohua heard the last part, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Han Zhu in disbelief and said, "You're saying that the ink cloud black forest actually leads to the Taiqing sect's 3 peaks? Above the 9 heavens?" How is this possible? Han Zhu also shrugged. His thick eyebrows trembled slightly as if he was about to laugh out loud. This old man definitely didn't expect it. The Taiqing sect has held this ascension to immortality gathering for who knows how many years, and the final goal of the ascension to immortality is actually the ink cloud black forest that we normally pass through. If this old man didn't personally experience it, how could I believe it? Even if this old man were to say it out loud today, I'm afraid it would be a joke, right? Xiaohua shook his head. This experience was truly inconceivable. How could it be possible to break through from the 9 heavens and fly out from the ground? Even if there was some kind of teleportation array, it couldn't be so big. Moreover, from Han Zhu's words, he simply lifted his leg. He didn't feel any teleportation at all, nor was there any fluctuation of magic power. Thinking of this, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the bursting bubbles he encountered in the secret path, could it be that Han Zhu was desperately trying to break through the barrier under the ink cloud black forest? Could it be that he was desperately trying to break through the barrier under the ink cloud black forest? Martial uncle, when you were climbing the flying sky peak, did you notice anything unusual? Xiaohua was originally curious. When he heard such a strange thing, he couldn't wait to immediately climb the flying sky peak, earth peak, and mortal peak. Of course there was something unusual. Han Zhu was in a good mood and said with a smile, "From the bottom of the sky peak to the top, I finally came out of the ink cloud black forest. I didn't see any other golden core disciples from other sects. They couldn't have all broken through the barrier, right? If that's the case, then this immortal ascension. What's the point of existing? That's strange." Xiaohua asked as he flew, "Did you feel anything strange?" Han Zhu shook his head slightly. It was just like ordinary flying. However, the astral winds, wind, fire, and lightning above the 9 heavens were somewhat powerful. They were testing my cultivation. As for the others, well, even if I broke through the barrier and came to the ink cloud black forest, it was just like ordinary flying. Since ancient times, no one has been able to rush to the top of the mountain. However, Martial Uncle Han Zhu admitted that he wasn't one of them, but he was able to break through the barrier and reach the 9 heavens that no one else has ever reached. Perhaps this has something to do with Martial Uncle's Buddhist sect cultivation? Xiaohua asked probingly. He knew that Han Zhu was very wary of the Buddhist sect and didn't dare to casually ask about it. The Buddhist sect was destroyed by the Taoist sect. It has long become a legend, annihilated in the dust of time. Han Zhu sighed and nodded. Nowadays, there are very few people who know that the Buddhist sect still exists in this world. Although my cultivation is at the golden core stage, I know that it's absolutely impossible for me to surpass the senior brothers who climbed the mountain. Therefore, if I have to find a reason, it has to be the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Moreover, now that I think about it, I was a bit rash. My desire to win was too strong, or my understanding of Buddhism was insufficient. These dangers are not natural dangers, but a test from the nascent soul masters or the spirit-severing masters. I can't keep my secret anymore. Disciple heard from my thunder-controlling sex master that even a spirit-severing stage master has never been able to reach the peak of the Taiqing sect's heaven, earth, and mortal peaks. Xiaohua comforted again. So wouldn't those dangers be even more powerful? Chapter 3078. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. Yes, Han Zhu, a golden core cultivator, actually rushed to the top of the sky peak that even spirit-severing stage masters couldn't climb. How could this not be noticed? Wasn't he caught in the same dilemma as her? So, Han Zhu smiled and said, I'll take this opportunity to hide for a while and see the situation of the Taiqing sect. If someone appears from the ink cloud black forest, then I'll jump out and admit it. Otherwise, I'll have to think about how to deal with it. If no one appears from the ink cloud black forest, then Martial Uncle won't be able to explain it. Xiaohua said with a smile. Indeed. This is also the reason why I have to hide for a while and think about it carefully. Han Zhu didn't avoid it and explained, moreover, I'll take this opportunity to go to the ruins of the Buddhist sect and awaken your relative. This can be considered as a bit of merit for me. Yes, martial uncle's benevolence is far from what I can compare to, Xiaohua said with a smile very naturally. Yes, the cultivation of the Buddhist sect is different from that of the Taoist sect. Not only do we have to be proficient in the Buddhist Dharma, but we also have to be benevolent. We have to face the sufferings of the world with a heart that says if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Only then can we comprehend the profoundness of the Buddhist Dharma. Han Zhu nodded and said, What is hell? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. It's the place where all ghosts go, the source of all evil. Han Zhu explained without hesitation, after all living things die, they have to go through the trial of hell in order to have the possibility of reincarnation. Only by going through hell can one eliminate the sins of the mortal world and reincarnate into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Isn't that the same as the netherworld? Xiaohua gasped. He almost said that it was the same as the netherworld that Hutu God transformed into. That's right. Han Zhu nodded. Hell and the netherworld are the same. They're both places where souls go. Then where is this hell? Xiaohua suddenly recalled the pitch-black silhouette that he saw through the netherworld mirror and the inexplicable words. How would I know? Han Zhu said indifferently, this hell is the opposite of the Buddhist sect's Western paradise. It's the most hidden place in the world. Even when the Buddhist sect prospered, countless Buddhist monks tirelessly searched for it, but still couldn't find it. Now that the Buddhist sect has long been annihilated, who can still find it? Then, where did this Western paradise and hell come from? Xiaohua loved to get to the bottom of things, so he immediately asked. The Western paradise is also known as the Western paradise. It is a world of solemnity, tranquility, and equality that the Supreme Buddha of the Buddhist sect has achieved through the 48 Great Wishes. The Buddhists and people here were all born from the lotus flowers in the 7 treasures pool. They were all great arhats who possessed the body of Vajranarayan. The people here are all good people, so they don't suffer, hence the name bliss. Han Zhu flew in the air and looked into the distance with great longing. Furthermore, the people in the Western paradise all have supreme Buddhist Dharma. No matter what aptitude they have, they can cultivate Buddhist Dharma. Buddhist Dharma is a natural combination with the Tao of heaven and earth. It can move mountains, drain seas, and summon the wind and rain. If the Western paradise is the residence of the gods and Buddhas, then hell would be the depraved land of thousands of evil ghosts. It would be filthy beyond compare. The evil ghosts within would suffer the bone-scraping pain of the chilly wind every day, and suffer the bone-piercing pain of the ghost stars every night. Uncle Master, since you don't know where hell is, then what about the Western paradise? Is there a place to go? Xiaohua asked with longing. The Western paradise that the Buddha has established is located in the West. It is 10 trillion Buddhist lands away from the Saha world that we live in, the 5 turbid evil worlds. Han Zhu said with melancholy. That tone and his somewhat ferocious face made people feel baffled. The Saha world? Xiaohua was even more confused. This was the first time he had heard the word world. Moreover, it appeared from time to time in Han Zhu's mouth. It seemed that his own exquisite leaf scripture didn't have such a word. The Saha world refers to the mortal world. It doesn't only belong to my Xiaoyu continent. Han Zhu explained. Just like the cultivation world, there are also millions of Meng mountains. Oh! Although Xiaohua was confused, he knew that if he went to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of scriptures. His doubts would all be solved. Therefore, he didn't ask any more about the Saha world. What is Buddhist lands? Disciple only knows that distances are measured in feet, and li. How can there be Buddhist lands? Buddhist lands? One Buddhist lands is the 3,000 boundless worlds. In the eyes of the mortal world, this Buddhist lands can't be crossed even if he used 3 lifetimes. And this Buddhist lands are in the hearts of the devout Buddhists. Under the guidance of the Bodhisattva, they can reach it in an instant. Han Zhu chuckled and explained. Then he suddenly asked, Xiao Hua, do you know how long an instant is? How long? A while. Xiao Hua was stunned and casually replied. He, a flick of the finger is 60 instants. An ordinary person can have 900 thoughts in an instant. Do you know how long an instant is? Think about it, Buddhists only need an instant to cross the 3,000 boundless worlds. How great is that? That Buddha is so merciful to all living beings. Relying on the power of Buddha, he can bring karma to the Pure Land. Han Zhu sighed and said, So short. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. However, he smiled and said, Then it's better to cross the 3,000 boundless worlds in an instant. Isn't that faster? What do you know? Han Zhu sneered. The Western Pure Land is the place where Buddhists achieve great success. It's already Buddha's grace that ordinary Buddhists can go there. Moreover, in an instant, 900 thoughts will arise. These thoughts are both good and evil. If there's only one evil thought, it'll be tainted by obsession. How can one enter the Western Pure Land? Xiao Hua curled his lips and whispered, Isn't this Buddha too harsh? Han Zhu wanted to scold him again, but Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly said, That's right, Martial Uncle, what's that boundless world? Could it be that there's a small thousand world? Every small world has the same form. In the center, there's Mount Meru. It passes through the sea and stands on the earth wheel. Below the earth wheel is the golden wheel, below it is the water wheel, below it is the wind wheel, and beyond the wind wheel is the void. The top and bottom of Mount Meru are big, but the center is small. The sun and moon are on the mountainside. The 4 heavenly kings reside on the 4 sides of the mountainside. The daily heaven is at the top of the mountain. Above the daily heaven are the Yama heaven, Tusita heaven, Wala heaven, and Paravarambhava heaven. Above them are the 18 heavens of the color realm and the 4 heavens of the colorless realm. At the base of Mount Meru are 7 layers of golden mountains and 7 layers of perfume seas. Between each sea is a layer of mountains. Outside the 7th layer of golden mountains is the Alkali Sea. Beyond the Alkali Sea is the Grand Taiwei Mountain. Around the Alkali Sea are 4 major continents. They are the Dongxing Divine Continent, protected by Heavenly King Qigui in the east, the Nansibu Continent, protected by Heavenly King Xingzhang in the south, the Aparagodania Continent, protected by Heavenly King Guangmu in the west, and the Uttarakuru Continent, protected by Heavenly King Duowen in the north. They are called the 4 heavens. Beside each continent are 2 middle continents and hundreds of small continents. The 9 mountains and 8 seas, the sun and the moon, the 4 major continents, the 6 desires heaven, and the initial Zen 3 heavens above. 1,000 small worlds, with the 2 Zen 3 heavens above them, formed a small thousand world. 1,000 small thousand worlds, with the 3 Zen 3 heavens above them, formed a middle thousand world. 1,000 middle thousand worlds, with the 4 Zen 9 heavens above them, and the 4 empty heavens above them, formed a great thousand world. Because there are multiples of 3,000 in the middle, the great thousand world is also called the 3,000 great thousand world. Han Zhu explained patiently. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was a little dizzy from listening, especially because he was very disappointed. This was because there had never been any life in his space. He thought that his space was a minor kiliacosm, but according to Frost Bamboo, his space was completely different from the so-called minor kiliacosm. Yes, it was even different from a minor kiliacosm. How could he be interested? What? Han Zhu asked faintly, Your ancestral mantra doesn't mention anything about it. You have also read the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra. There is no explanation about it. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Seeing that Han Zhu thought of something, he asked embarrassedly, Also, Martial Uncle, this disciple still has a question. Please don't blame me. Ask. Han Zhu glanced at Xiao Hua and nodded. This. Xiao Hua slightly hesitated and said in a low voice, Although the Buddhist sect was destroyed. But, this Mount Meru, this Grand Taiwei Mountain, they were not destroyed. As expected by Xiao Hua, Han Zhu glared at Xiao Hua and then said with a cold snort, You are asking this old man. Who should this old man ask? These are all records of the Western Paradise. You will know once you go to the Western Paradise. Yes, yes, Xiaohua knew that he had hit Han Zhu's weak spot and hurriedly smiled apologetically. Presumably, this Mount Meru was also destroyed by my Dao sect. Your Dao sect? Han Zhu said faintly, I'm afraid that you have to figure out whether you are a Dao sect or a Buddhist sect. Then what about martial uncle? Xiaohua hurriedly said, this disciple is really confused now. But what you are, this disciple is. What this old man is, this old man naturally understands. Han Zhu did not look at Xiaohua and only looked at the floating clouds in the distance. He said word by word, but what you are, you must figure it out yourself. You are not the same as this old man. Hiss, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and was slightly shocked in his heart. Not only are you different from this old man, the 6 people that you are about to meet are also different. Han Zhu did not notice Xiaohua's abnormality and said again, everyone has their own path and the right to choose the path that they want to walk. Perhaps you did not have to choose before exploring the ruins of the Buddhist sect. But after arriving at the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you must make a choice. Although Han Zhu's words were obscure, Xiaohua understood it very well. He had also said these words to others before. Thus, he bitterly smiled and said, Martial uncle, didn't you also come to the ruins of the Buddhist sect before? Could it be that you already made a choice at that time? Chapter 3079. Indeed. Han Zhu nodded and said, it is precisely because of this that this old man had to ask you in advance. Buddhist sect is really different from Dao sect. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be a conflict. This conflict was so big that it could actually destroy Buddhist sect. It is not like sword cultivators who can stand side by side with Dao sect. After this war, sword cultivators already have the possibility of suppressing Dao sect. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua himself has sword origin. Of course, he knows that sword cultivators also use spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which coincides with Dao sect. On the other hand, Buddhist sect simply regards spiritual energy of heaven and earth as nothing. Of course, it is different from Dao sect. It is just that, this disciple is very curious, how did martial uncle choose? Xiaohua probed again. Dao sect emphasizes the 3,000 great Dao. Buddhist sect also emphasizes that Buddhist Dharma does not help people who are not fated. If you do not understand, this old man will say it is useless. You should take advantage of this period of time to properly think about it. Han Zhu did not say anything, causing Xiaohua to feel helpless. After that, Han Zhu brought Xiaohua all the way to the south and east. They gradually entered some dangerous foothills and were actually getting closer to the Kueha Sea. Moreover, Han Zhu actually flew straight over without using any teleportation formation. Although Xiaohua was very calm in his heart, his face revealed a puzzled expression. One day, just as they secretly flew over a city, Xiaohua said in a low voice, Martial uncle, Meng country, this disciple has also come here when training in the past. Even the Kueha Sea, this disciple has also been there. I have never encountered any Buddhist sect ruins. How did you discover these Buddhist sect ruins? If Buddhist sect ruins can be easily discovered by others, can they still be called Buddhist sect ruins? Han Zhu sneered and said, back then, this old man accidentally obtained the Golden Swan rune. I thought it was a supreme secret manual for Dao cultivation. I practiced it bitterly behind everyone's back. When I had some small success, I had another opportunity. Only then did I understand that this Golden Swan rune was actually Buddhist sect. It is a great enemy of my Dao sect. And that opportunity led this old man to explore the Buddhist sect ruins for the first time. From there, I obtained many benefits. Of course, these benefits are only secondary. The most important thing is that this old man knows what I am, what I want to do. At the same time, I also know that Buddhist sect was not completely destroyed by Dao sect. How is this possible? Xiaohua said in shock. If they weren't annihilated, Why don't we see the Buddhist sect's inheritance? Xiaohua, don't forget. The Buddhist sect followed the same cultivation path as the Taoist sect. How could they be so easily destroyed by the Taoist sect? If they were killed so easily, would they still be called a Buddhist sect? Reminded Hanju. Xiaohua still didn't understand and shook his head slightly. Not to mention that you don't understand it now, even I didn't understand it back then. Hanju said with a smile. However, this matter can't be investigated further. You'll understand once I tell you something. Martial uncle, please enlighten me. Xiaohua liked to ask for advice the most, so he naturally asked immediately. Do you know what it means to sell dog meat under false pretenses? Hanju said with a smile. Although the Buddhist sect has been annihilated, their heritage can still become another branch of the Tao sect. It's just that their cultivation is already the same as the Tao sect. This disciple understands. Xiaohua naturally understood. What you mean is that the Buddhist sect hasn't been annihilated? Wrong. The Buddhist sect was annihilated. Hanju shook his head. It's just that their cultivation method was used by the Taoist sect. From another point of view, the Buddhist sect still exists. Then, which sect in Meng country? Xiaohua looked into the distance and pondered. There are many cultivation families in Meng country. Hanju said with a smile. Many of them use the Taoist sect's cultivation method to cultivate some Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Of course, these cultivation families are extremely small and didn't have any great achievements. However, there is a cultivation sect that borrows a lot from the Buddhist sect in many of their spells and artifacts. Chengyi sect. Hearing that there was a cultivation sect, Xiaohua understood. If there was a large cultivation sect in the direction that the two of them were flying in, it could only be the Chengyi sect. That's right, it's the Chengyi sect. Hanju nodded. This cultivation sect isn't too far from the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Presumably, they were one of the main forces when the Buddhist sect was annihilated. After the Buddhist sect was annihilated, they also obtained a lot of benefits from the Buddhist sect. That's how they obtained the Buddhist sect's cultivation method. Oh, Xiaohua nodded slightly. The Chengyi sect's disciple, Jianghu, who died in the Tao Sword War, her magic treasure, from what I see, it should be a Buddhist artifact. Hanju said again. That skeleton, which sect in our Taoist sect has it? Perhaps. Xiaohua had never seen Jianghu's magic treasure, so he naturally didn't dare to say more. Therefore, the Buddhist sect can't be annihilated. The Taoist sect can only deceive themselves when they say that they are the strongest. Hanju concluded again. Indeed, Xiaohua heard and nodded inwardly. Although Hanju mentioned the Buddhist sect and didn't mention Confucian cultivators. From what Xiaohua knew, whether it was Jingbo City, Tianmen Mountain, or even the Million Meng Mountains, they all seemed to have the faint inheritance of Confucian cultivators. These were all like sparks of fire in a prairie that were extremely difficult to completely extinguish. After flying for more than 10 days, the foothills became even more dangerous. There were more fog, miasma, wind, rain, and ferocious beasts. Seeing that they had arrived at a towering mountain ridge, Hanju stopped in midair and released his Buddhist sense. After looking for a long time, he rushed in with Xiaohua and landed in a hidden valley. Hanju stood on a large rock in the valley and slapped his hand. He took out a thumb-sized Buddhist bead from his storage bag and threw it into the air. His two hands danced as if he was forming a spell, but there was no magic power fluctuation between his hands. On the contrary, a faint Buddhist light was emitted from his hands. Buddhist seal. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and seemed to understand a little. It turned out that this Buddhist seal could also be formed from both hands. It wasn't formed from Buddhist relics as he thought. Following the emergence of the Buddha light, the Buddha beads slowly trembled and absorbed the wisps of Buddha light. Soon after, the Buddha beads gradually expanded and transformed into 3 Buddha statues that were either standing, lying, or sitting cross-legged. Amitabha. Hanju chanted the name of Buddha and pushed with his hand. The 3 Buddha statues formed by the Buddhist bead flew toward the stone wall in the distance. Whoosh, on the stone wall, as the 3 Buddha statues rushed in, a milky white Buddhist light appeared. Faint sounds of Sanskrit could be heard. Lotus platforms that looked like pigeons flew out one after another and bloomed in midair. "Let's go," Hanju called out, and he was the first to enter the lotus platform. With a strange bang, the lotus platform quickly spiraled and rushed into the stone wall with Hanju. Xiao Huan naturally didn't dare to be negligent. He also stepped on a lotus platform and flew into the stone wall. After the lotus platform, there was a huge stone cave. There were curtains and waterfalls on both sides of the stone cave. The sound was very loud, but it couldn't be heard outside the cave. Xiao Hua looked at the furnishings in the stone cave and asked in a low voice, "This is the ruins of the Buddhist sect?" How could this be the ruins of the Buddhist sect?" Hanju said with a smile, "This is just where I was lucky enough to find out about the secret of the Buddhist sect." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. "But I know how you feel," Hanju explained. "In order to awaken your relatives, I need to borrow the power of the Buddhist array in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Entering the ruins of the Buddhist sect is something that I've been planning for many years. Ever since I met you in the early years, I found 6 more disciples who cultivated the Buddhist sect. Didn't this old man say it before? Each of you has your own path, but before you reach the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you have to make your own choice. After I met you outside the Sky Patrol City, I sent a message to each of them and told them to be prepared. Once the Great War of Sword and Path is over, we will enter the ruins of the Buddhist sect while the Taoist sect cultivators are cleaning up after the war and not paying attention to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. This old man has his own fortuitous encounters, and you all have your own fortuitous encounters. Everyone has to be careful with their cultivation. As for entering the ruins of the Buddhist sect in the future, it will depend on your own opportunities." "Oh, I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. "Uncle, are you waiting for them to come together?" "Yes, they have received the news that the Great War of Sword and Path is over, so they should be here soon. However, I didn't tell them this place directly, so I have to go out and pick them up. Or I can send you a message when the time comes, and you can meet up with us." Hanju looked at the stone cave and said, "This place is very hidden. If I'm not around, you can use it. Therefore, I don't want them to know about this place." "Thank you." Xiao Hua's heart warmed. He knew that Hanju was taking care of him, so he bowed and thanked him. "Well, how's your great strength Vajradharma body?" Hanju asked casually, but he didn't seem to care too much about it. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. "I've already said that my aptitude is low, so I didn't cultivate the great strength Vajradharma body. I haven't made any progress in the past few years. Sigh, this is a little troublesome." Hanju muttered. "There's a place in the ruins of the Buddhist sect that specializes in studying the great strength Vajradharma body. I thought you would have made some progress. I can't cultivate the great strength Vajradharma body, but I still have some strength. If it's possible," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Yes, I've naturally heard of your strength," Hanju said with a smile. "I've also seen it at the Feather Immortal Assembly. It's because of this that I wanted to bring you to the ruins of the Buddhist sect." "That's good." Xiao Hua heaved a sigh of relief, and then probed, "I presume that uncle has also cultivated the great strength Vajradharma body?" "Yes, that's true. However, I don't have your innate strength, so I can only call it the Vajradharma body. However, if you and I work together, we should be able to break through that place." Hanju didn't hide it, and he looked at Xiao Hua and nodded. "Very good. I'll definitely do my best." Xiao Hua smiled. "Also, how's your telekinesis cultivation?" Hanju asked again. "When the 8 of us set up the Buddhist formation, we'll need telekinesis." Chapter 3080. Psychokinesis. Xiao Hua is dumbfounded. Back then, when he controlled the clear water bottle, he also saw psychokinesis mentioned in the Golden Swan text, but how could he cultivate psychokinesis? The exquisite leaf scripture was incomplete to begin with. Perhaps the cultivation of psychokinesis was still within those golden leaves that he didn't know where they were? You actually don't know psychokinesis? Seeing Xiaohua's appearance, Han Zhu is also stunned. He hurriedly says, "Since you have Buddhist awareness, how can you not have psychokinesis?" "Martial uncle," Xiaohua says helplessly, "what's the relationship between psychokinesis and Buddhist awareness?" Disciple does indeed have Buddhist awareness, but I have never heard of psychokinesis. Forget it, Han Zhu is extremely helpless, even more helpless than when he was helpless to teach Xiaohua back then. He weakly waves his hand and says dispiritedly, "This old man doesn't know what to say to you. The birth of Buddhist awareness is completely different from the birth of my Tao sect's divine sense. You can easily cultivate it. Of course, the level of your Buddhist awareness is extremely low because of your mental cultivation method. But since you can produce Buddhist awareness, why can't you cultivate psychokinesis?" "The martial uncle, what's psychokinesis?" Xiaohua says with a bitter smile. "Disciple doesn't know how to produce psychokinesis. Doesn't your heart sutra have it?" Han Zhu says somewhat angrily. Disciple doesn't understand." Xiaohua naturally didn't pay attention to whether or not that Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra had any cultivation method of psychokinesis. He just opened his mouth and said, "Moreover, what Buddhist array, this disciple doesn't understand it at all. If you have any golden puppet, you can give it to this disciple to comprehend." Alas, Han Zhu sighs, "This old man overestimates you a bit. Back then, when I first saw you at the Taiching sect's Feather Immortal Assembly and sensed your Buddhist awareness, I thought you would definitely be able to help this old man. But, forget it, I won't say any more." As he spoke, Han Zhu flicked his hand and took out 2 jade slips and handed them to Xiaohua. One of these is how to cultivate psychokinesis, and the other is a superficial Buddhist formation technique. It was originally given to disciples who don't have Buddhist awareness. Take it and have a look. But you don't have much time. Take a look at the Buddhist array first. After all, when the time comes, we will need to use Buddhist awareness to help this old man. "Yes, I understand." Hearing Han Zhu's words, Xiaohua felt a bit embarrassed. He really didn't cultivate the exquisite Shell Leaf Sutra. All of it was given to the Buddha relic's soul to comprehend. Currently, the Buddha relic only had a 2nd-grade lotus platform. It was still far from a 9th-grade lotus platform. After Xiaohua took the jade slip, Han Zhu also lost interest in talking to Xiaohua. He turned around and left the cave, walking away without saying a word. Hee. Xiaohua laughed at himself awkwardly. He did not have any complaints in his heart. After all, he still had to rely on Han Zhu to wake up Jianghu. If he offended Han Zhu, he was afraid that Jianghu would never wake up again. Then, Xiaohua looked at Jianghu again, sat down cross-legged, and immersed his divine sense into the 2 jade slips. Sure enough, just as Han Zhu said, the Buddhist cultivation method inside was very simple. Xiaohua only needed to look at it for a while to understand. Although the Buddhist array of the Buddhist sect was different from the array of the Taoist sect, there was no special difference in essence. It was the Buddhist seal and Buddhist weapon that set up the array. With Xiaohua's level of array formation, he quickly understood. Of course, Han Zhu did not want Xiaohua to set up the array. He just wanted Xiaohua to cooperate and borrow his Buddhist awareness. Wouldn't that be simpler? Then, Xiaohua focused his attention on the generation of psychokinesis. Xiaohua naturally knew what psychokinesis was. It was the power of belief. However, knowing was one thing, but to give birth to it was another. Starting from nothing had always been the most difficult step. Damn it! Xiaohua tried for a day. He was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, but it did not produce a trace of psychokinesis. He shouted fiercely, "This Buddhist weapon can be controlled through the Buddhist seal of the Buddha relic. Why does it have to use psychokinesis? Isn't this the legendary, superfluous act of taking off one's pants to fart?" However, Han Zhu was admittedly a senior of the Buddhist sect. Xiaohua still did not dare to project his own Buddha relic. He did not believe that the exquisite leaf scripture came from the exquisite pagoda. That kind of cultivation method could be low-level. Moreover, Xiaohua's divine sense was almost catching up to Buddhist awareness under the sun-shrouding art. However, Xiaohua had just obtained 2 Buddhist mantras, and his Buddhist awareness surpassed the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. How could this kind of cultivation method be low-level? I'd better try. Xiaohua took a breath, calmed his heart, and tried to use psychokinesis step by step. A few days later, Xiaohua was excitedly manipulating the weak telekinesis he had just produced. Suddenly, his heart surged, and a faint Buddhist light flashed out. At the same time, Han Zhu's somewhat dull voice sounded in his ears, "Xiaohua, come out. This Buddhist formation doesn't need any Buddhist seals from the inside out. I and the others will wait for you outside." Yes, Xiaohua came to a realization. Isn't this the Buddhist sect's telepathy? Damn, it can actually produce Buddhist light. No wonder Han Zhu scolded me so badly that day. If I had a nascent soul master next to me, I'm afraid I would have been exposed. With that thought, Xiaohua put away the jade slip and other things, got up, and left the cave. It was already dark outside the foothills. The thick dark clouds in the sky were like continuous waves, covering the entire sky. It was impossible to tell what time it was. Although there was no thunder or lightning, the edges of the dark clouds were bright and contained raindrops that were about to pour down. Xiaohua roughly looked around, but he didn't see anyone. He released his divine sense again and scanned the surroundings. Only then did he discover that Han Zhu had stopped several li to the east with 6 mesmerized disciples. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He also took out his mesmerized disciples and flew to that place. Disciple greets martial uncle. Xiaohua saw through the mesmerization of 2 aura-refining disciples at a glance. However, he still obediently saluted Han Zhu. And Han Zhu's tone was indifferent as he said, "Come here." Xiaohua landed and stood next to Han Zhu. Han Zhu looked at the 7 people in front of him and said, "Although the 7 of you can't be considered my disciples, you've all cultivated the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques. In my eyes, you're even closer than ordinary disciples. However, the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect are natural enemies. They were destroyed by the Taoist sect long ago. Moreover, the Taoist sect now views the Buddhist sect as an even more important enemy than sword cultivators. You Buddhist sect cultivators absolutely can't be known by others. When I discovered you all that year, I already made it clear and taught you the corresponding concealment techniques. Therefore, although you're all disciples of the Buddhist sect, for the sake of each other's safety, you all don't have to reveal yourselves aside from me. In other words, only I know who you are, and others don't know. You all can be at ease. Actually, you all don't have to worry. I've never planned to rebuild the Buddhist sect and promote the Buddhist sect. Nor will I ask you to join any Buddhist sect. However, after I obtained the Buddhist sect's cultivation techniques, I felt that the Buddhist sect's cultivation direction was different from the Taoist sect's cultivation direction. There was a different kind of wonder in it, so I focused on cultivating it. When I found out that you all had such opportunities, I wanted to guide you all more. Otherwise, with my golden core cultivation, if I wanted to recruit a few more disciples, how difficult would it be? Han Zhu continued, most importantly, now that all of you have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect, you naturally know the wonders of it. No matter where you are, having the Buddhist sect's cultivation will always bring unexpected benefits. Even if you fight with others, you'll still have the upper hand. Since that's the case, why don't we cultivate more Buddhist sect's remarkable abilities? If we want to find the annihilated Buddhist sect's secret technique on the Dawn Rain mainland, I'm afraid we can only head to the Buddhist sect's ruins. Speaking of the Buddhist sect's ruins, a disciple once mentioned it to me. He said that since it's a ruin, it's probably already in ruins and it's impossible to find anything. Even if there was anything, it would have long been destroyed by the Taoist sect's teachers who entered before us. Moreover, since we know about the Buddhist sect's ruins, how can the Taoist sect's teachers not know? The Taoist sect's teachers must have taken precautions. Why should we take this risk? Han Zhu seemed to dispel everyone's doubts and continued to explain. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, was anxious. He couldn't wait to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins and wake Jianghu up. As for the remnant leaf of the exquisite leaf scripture, Xiao Hua really didn't care too much about it at this moment. However, Han Zhu continued in a low voice. Actually, this disciple's worries aren't groundless. From the golden talisman I obtained, there were indeed quite a number of Tao sect disciples searching for the ruins of the Buddhist sect tens of thousands of years ago, and the Tao sect's teachers did indeed kill quite a number of cultivators who tried in vain to restore the Buddhist sect. However, how can the Buddhist sect's ruins be easy to find? If you don't have the Buddhist sect's cultivation, even if you stand on the ruins, you won't be able to find the entrance to the ruins. Moreover, after so many years, how many Taoist sect cultivators still know about the Buddhist sect? Even for me, I only occasionally obtained a shabby jade slip and then went through all kinds of twists and turns to obtain some golden too before I truly began to come into contact with the Buddhist sect's mental cultivation method. In these hundreds of years, I've only met 7 Taoist sect disciples who were able to cultivate Buddhist consciousness. Other than you, is there anyone else on Dan Rain mainland who knows about the Buddhist sect? Will there still be people who come to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Yes, this disciple understands Martial Uncle's painstaking efforts. A disciple replied in a hoarse voice. This disciple doesn't know what others are thinking, but this disciple wants to find more Buddhist techniques and golden too in the Buddhist sect's ruins. It would be even better if there were secret techniques that could increase one's magical powers. Therefore, this disciple has long wanted to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Martial Uncle, please bring this disciple there as soon as possible. Chapter 3081. Haha. Han Zhu laughed heartily. Actually, I've been talking for half a day, but it's not as clear as what you just said. That's right, I want to enter the ruins of the Buddhist sect for my divine ability and cultivation. With the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, we can say that we have an invisible hand compared to others. The stronger this hand is, the easier it is for us to defeat others. Especially what I told you just now about my experience in the Tai Ching sect. If I didn't have the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, how could I surpass others? How could I step into the land of the 9 heavens? With the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, it's not difficult for you to condense a core and conceive a nascent soul. Yes, we all understand that this is the fortune that Martial Uncle has given us. Xiao Hua nodded and said, moreover, since we're here, we all acknowledge Martial Uncle and are willing to enter the ruins. Please take pity on us. Good. Han Zhu nodded and pointed at Xiao Hua. Your cultivation is the most profound among all the disciples. You'll be called Jia. Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua bowed and answered. Then, Han Zhu called the other 6 cultivators one by one, Yi, Bing, Ding, Wu, Ji, and Geng. The 2 Qi refinement disciples that Xiao Hua recognized with a glance were naturally Ji and Geng. Of course, I'm talking about the cultivation of the Taoist sect. If we're talking about the cultivation of the Buddhist sect, we can't order you like this. Han Zhu's thick eyes looked up as if he had thought of something. He smiled and said, when we come out of the ruins of the Buddhist sect, you all can make a 10-year agreement. At that time, you all can study the cultivation of the Buddhist sect and order yourselves again. Hee, Martial Uncle is right. He laughed. He was the first to speak and said, disciple is also somewhat unconvinced by this brother Jia. Disciple's Buddhist divine ability has already reached the initial stage. I really want to spar with this brother Jia. Cough cough, Xiao Hua coughed twice and said through the mist, Junior brother Yi, if you're unconvinced, I can make a bet with you right now. Han Zhu snorted coldly. I only wanted to give you a chance to learn from each other, not to kill each other as you please. If you are still as bloodthirsty as the Tao sect cultivators, how will you be able to obtain the true essence of the Buddhist sect? Yes, disciple understands. Xiao Hua and the others hurriedly bowed. Let's go. All of you have just become Buddhist cultivators. You still don't know the truth of Buddhism. Take your time. Han Zhu turned around and flew away. Xiao Hua and the others didn't dare to be negligent, and they also urged their magic power to follow behind him. The frost bamboo flew for more than half a day. During this period, the entire foothill undulated, making it even more dangerous. Xiao Hua found it somewhat baffling. He didn't understand why the Buddhist sect, which had flourished for a time, would set up their sect in such a remote place. However, when he glanced at a mountain ridge that looked like a reclining Buddha, he was stunned. Xiao Hua had obtained a jade slip from Zhen Xie's storage pouch when he was still in Imperial Thunder Sect's Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. It contained information about the Buddhist sect's ruins. Moreover, Zhen Xie and Qin Mingwei had also entered the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, the information in the jade slip wasn't particularly detailed. Although it had the general situation of the Buddhist sect's ruins, it didn't have the method to enter or the location of the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, the jade slip clearly stated that near the Buddhist sect's ruins, there was a mountain ridge that stretched for more than 10 miles. It looked like a reclining Buddha statue. Look at that mountain ridge. At this moment, Han Zhu pointed with a smile and said, "What does it look like?" The person? Third hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It should be a reclining person." Fifth hastily said. According to the Buddhist sect's records, when the Buddhist sect was flourishing, the Xiaoyu continent was filled with good Buddhists. However, due to the dangerous terrain near the corpse-abandoned mountain, evil spirits frequently appeared, and Buddhist chants couldn't be spread here. Thus, a Buddhist expert broke through all difficulties to come here and spread Buddhism. However, this expert's luck wasn't good. Before he could stay here for 10 years, he was killed by an evil spirit. However, this expert had an obsession in his heart and couldn't let go after his death. His body turned into a mountain ridge and used his broken body to suppress the evil spirit. When the Buddhist sect's members found out about this, they were all moved. Not only did they all come here to spread Buddhism, but this corpse-abandoned mountain later became the place with the most incense in the Xiaoyu continent. Of course, this expert also achieved the Buddhist abandonment corpse, so this mountain was also called the Reclining Buddha Mountain Ridge. I see. After hearing Han Zhu's explanation, Xiao Hua finally understood why such a dangerous place was actually the Buddhist sect's ruins. However, he also had a trace of doubt. It seemed that when he was at Tianzhu Peak, that Devil General Ji Peng once said that he wanted to use Xiao Hua's Buddha Saraira to achieve Buddhism. Thus, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and asked, "Martial Uncle, this junior has a question. Does the Buddhist sect's cultivation have different levels like the Taoist sects? How can this Buddhist abandonment corpse be achieved?" Wearing the camouflage robe, Han Zhu couldn't distinguish Xiao Hua from the 7 people even if Xiao Hua asked. However, when he heard this question, he immediately knew that it was Xiao Hua who asked. He smiled and said, "This question of yours? This old man also wants to know the answer. This is also the reason why this old man must enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Presumably, only in the depths of these ruins is the Buddhist sect's true orthodoxy, and only then can we know how to achieve Buddhism." After passing through the reclining Buddha mountain ridge, Han Zhu continued to fly forward, which made Xiao Hua somewhat puzzled. After all, the jade slip clearly stated that the Buddhist sect's ruins were near the reclining Buddha mountain ridge. Although it didn't say too much in detail, it couldn't be too far away, right? Just as Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, Han Zhu stopped again and released his Buddhist awareness. That Buddhist awareness, which was even more powerful than ordinary divine perception, swept out extremely fiercely, stirring up the dead branches and fallen leaves in the mountain ridge, causing Xiao Hua to raise his eyebrows. Oh my, this Han Zhu's Buddhist sect cultivation seems to be much more profound than his Taoist sect cultivation. No wonder he's in a hurry to enter the Buddhist sect's ruins. Xiao Hua couldn't see the expressions of the other 6 people, but the 6 of them stood respectfully, which was enough to see the longing in their hearts. Han Zhu used his Buddhist awareness to scan the surroundings, then nodded and said, "Very good. At this time, it has already been forgotten by the bystanders. There are no cultivators nearby. You all rest for a while. This old man will open a path for us to enter the ruins." "Yes, Thank you for your trouble, Martial Uncle. Yi Bing and the others said happily. Immediately after, Hanju activated his magic power and flew to the side of the reclining Buddha mountain ridge for nearly half a mile. It was in the middle of the two mountain ridges, where a large basin was located. Hanju landed on a protruding mountain rock at a high point in the basin. He patted his hand and took out a golden staff from his storage bag. This staff was 1 zhang long and 8 zhang long, and its surface was modeled abnormally. Many parts of the golden color were damaged, revealing the white color inside. On the surface of this staff, there were many protruding scales. They looked like fish scales, but they also looked like dragon patterns. Following these scales to the tip of the staff, there were actually 9 dragon heads. Each of the dragon heads held a golden ring in their mouths. Although the 9 dragon heads were also damaged, the 9 rings were still intact. In fact, there was even a faint Buddhist light shining in the dark night. Go! Hanju loved the 9-ring staff. He threw it out and released his Buddhist awareness, catching the staff. Then, his body once again shone with Buddhist light. Countless Buddhist seals appeared in his palms. There were vases, lotuses, harpoons, bamboo staffs. One by one, the Buddhist seals flew out and landed on the staff. The Buddhist light on the 9 rings became even denser, and it gradually spread through the dragon heads to the bottom of the staff. When the entire staff was filled with Buddhist light, roar, a dragon's roar could be heard. 9 golden heavenly dragons flew out from the staff and rushed to 9 different places in the basin. Amitabha! The Taoist crown on Hanju's head rose without any wind and landed on a mountain rock. Hanju slowly flew up again. Below his feet, there was a 3rd-grade lotus platform steadily supporting him as he flew towards the slender Buddhist light. Seeing that he had arrived in front of the Buddhist light formed by the staff, Hanju stretched out his hand and pointed at the Buddhist light. Wang, an indescribable Sanskrit sound could be heard. The Buddhist light immediately chose to turn into a huge swastika. Moreover, as the Buddhist light flashed around Hanju's body, the swastika gradually enlarged and fell towards the basin. When the swastika was several miles in size, it enveloped the entire basin. Roar, 9 dragons' roar could be heard at the same time. Rumble, the swastika also fell to the ground at the same time. The huge roar seemed to be able to overturn the earth. Whoosh, at the same time, the rainstorm that had been brewing in the sky for a long time began to pour down. Xiaohua looked at the basin and couldn't help but be slightly shocked. When the golden swastika landed on the ground, layers of Buddha's light began to uncover the ground. It was as if a pair of large hands were opening up the ground. After 18 rays of Buddha's light, 18 layers of the ground were uncovered. Then, the 18 layers of Buddha's light rushed up the mountain ridge and enveloped the entire basin. It was as if the rainstorm from the Milky Way had hit the Buddhist light and not a single drop of it fell. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't shocked by the Buddhist light, nor was he shocked by the swastika. What he was shocked by was that under the Buddhist light, there were temples. There were big and small temples, but they were all dilapidated. Every temple had a golden Buddha statue in it. These Buddha statues had different expressions and postures, but the eyes of each Buddha statue revealed a kind of compassion. Although the temples were dilapidated and the Buddha statues had collapsed, this compassion was unchanging for 10,000 years. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The endless jade spring poured down as if it was the only sound in the world. In the incomparably gloomy valley and basin, the raindrops penetrated the snow-white light. In the snow-white light, there was a holy Buddhist light. The Buddhist light became the only curtain of light in the dark night. The 480 temples of the Southern Dynasty, how many towers in the misty rain? Hanju looked at this scene and suddenly recited 2 inexplicable verses, causing Xiaohua and the others to feel extremely sad. Chapter 3082. Let's go. Hanju urged his body into the Buddhist light and said, "You only need to release your telekinesis, and the Buddhist light will guide you into paradise." Thank goodness. Xiaohua followed Hanju. He cried out in his heart and released an extremely weak telekinesis. Han Zhu paid attention to Xiaohua. Although Xiaohua's telekinesis was extremely weak, it was still there. He was slightly surprised. After all, it was only a few days ago. Han Zhu didn't expect Xiaohua to actually produce telekinesis. Ding ding. A faint rhythmic knocking sound resounded in Xiaohua's ears. White lotuses gushed out from the Buddhist light, protecting Xiaohua's entire body. Following that, a gentle yet tenacious suction force was born. It was as if a pair of hands were holding onto Xiaohua's body, gently pulling Xiaohua into the Buddhist light. Xiaohua smelled the same faint fragrance of sandalwood. Light flashed in front of his eyes. Within the light, there were tens of thousands of Buddhas, tens of thousands of mountains and rivers, and tens of thousands of believers. It was as if each space was flashing in front of Xiaohua's eyes. 3,000 great worlds? Xiaohua suddenly had a realization. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in the Buddhist ruins. Xiaohua landed at the lowest point of the basin. It was also the beginning of a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a Buddhist shrine that looked like a white pagoda. The bottom of the Buddhist shrine was square. The four sides were carved with Buddha statues. Each Buddha statue faced a direction, as if they were observing the four sides of the world. The top of the Buddhist shrine was oval, like a chicken nest on top of it. The top of the stairs was below the Buddhist shrine. He couldn't see where it went, but Xiaohua knew that after walking through the stairs and the Buddhist shrine, it would definitely be one of those temples. The Buddhist ruins. This is the Buddhist ruins. Xiaohua looked at the stairs. The feeling of looking down from above was completely gone. He no longer had the freedom to control the entire situation. There was only a kind of mountain that was difficult to climb. I'm afraid that I can only walk up step by step. With each step under my feet, I can reach the end of this path. Xiaohua thought again. Thinking about the glory of the Buddhist sect, although I've never seen it, it wasn't inferior to the current Tao sect. But now, it has fallen to such a state. 480 temples in the entire Dan Rain continent. This Xiao has never seen a single temple. If I hadn't come to the ruins of the Buddhist sect, I wouldn't have known that Buddha statues have a home. This is a temple. What are you thinking about? Although Han Zhu had entered the ruins before Xiaohua, he didn't land on the ground. Instead, he hovered in midair and waited for the others to enter the ruins before landing. He looked at Xiaohua and asked in a low voice. Disciple finds it strange. Xiaohua had always had a question, so he asked. The Buddhist sect's divine arts aren't any worse than the Tao sect's. In fact, they were even stronger than the Tao sect in some aspects. Otherwise, Uncle Master wouldn't have been able to emerge victorious in the Tai Ching sect's Immortal Ascension ceremony. But how could such a colossus that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tao sect be destroyed just like that? Actually, Xiaohua's question didn't stop there. He only said half of it. The other half were naturally Confucian cultivators. The Confucian cultivators and the Buddhist sect were actually completely wiped out by the Tao sect. There wasn't a single temple left on the Dan Rain continent, nor were there any Confucian cultivators. Even the descendants of the Confucian cultivators were cursed by talismans, suffering generation after generation. This was truly inconceivable, and Xiaohua couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Han Zhu said coldly. This is a mystery from ancient times. Who can know? Legend has it that the Almighty of the ancient Tao sect could open the sky with a wave of his hand and destroy the earth with a bow of his head. Destroying the Buddhist sect wasn't considered a difficult matter. Moreover, the Tao sect's techniques were easy to learn and were good at attacking. The Buddhist sect's techniques were mostly compassionate and focused on transcendence. The people of the Buddhist sect were compassionate and didn't kill. How could they be compared to the Tao sect? The Buddhist sect's innate shortcoming led to its own destruction, right? Perhaps. Xiaohua knew that Han Zhu's words were reasonable, but he also felt that it wasn't completely appropriate, so he could only nod slightly. Now we're about to step onto the Buddha path. Han Zhu looked at the others with a solemn expression. I've already asked you before. Before entering the Buddha path, you must make a choice in your heart. This choice is related to your achievements. It's also related to whether or not you can pass the Buddha path. Of course, I don't want to know what this choice is. You only need to make a choice for yourselves. Moreover, the Buddha path is like life, and the steps are like experience. Once you step onto the Buddha path, you will begin your first experience of the Buddhist sect's cultivation. Are you all ready? This disciple has already been ready. Na-yi answered without hesitation. Can this disciple step onto the Buddha path? Xiao Hua's brows furrowed within the maze. Clearly, this disciple's desire to win was too strong. He had only occupied the A position, while he occupied the B position. He had already provoked him several times. Taking the lead to step onto the Buddha path, he naturally wanted to show off. Of course you can. Han Zhu didn't even look at Xiao Hua. He nodded and said, your Buddhist sect's cultivation is the highest. Since you've already made your preparations, you can naturally step onto the Buddha path. Yes. When the disciple heard this, he lifted his leg and stepped onto the first step. Dang, the sound of the wooden fish was like the sound of dusk. Then, with a bang, the sound of a bell resounded throughout the entire ruins. A faint Buddhist light appeared under Na-yi's feet, turning into a lotus. Lotus blooming step. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He saw lotus blooming with every step the disciple took, supporting him. The Buddhist light also slowly rose, wrapping around the disciple's calves. Wonderful, Han Zhu saw this and clapped his hands. As expected, the roots of kindness have been planted early. You have a destiny with the Buddha. Then Han Zhu turned to Third and said, are you ready? This disciple, will this senior brother please go first? Third hesitated slightly, indicating for Xiao Hua to go first. Although his Dao sect's cultivation is high, his psychokinesis is weak. His Buddhist sect's cultivation is inferior to yours. Han Zhu said. Moreover, the Buddha path isn't a place where whoever steps onto the shore first. If you've already made your choice, you can naturally go first. Yes, this disciple understands. Third didn't stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and similarly raised his foot. The sound of the bell and the wooden fish rose again. Lotus blooming with each step, he slowly walked towards the shrine. The night rain poured down, and darkness filled the sky. Between the mountains, under the torrential rain, the original Buddhist light gradually dimmed. It grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candle flickering in the wind. However, at this moment, even if someone passed by Crouching Buddha Mountain, even if they flew past the ruins of the Buddhist sect, they probably wouldn't be able to see the situation within the Buddhist light, much less Xiao Hua and the others, who had become smaller than ants. The 480 temples were still huge, but there were countless temples on the steps in front of the temples, and countless temples on the steps in front of the temples. As for Xiao Hua and the others, they were facing the Buddha path, which was even thinner than a thin thread. Whoosh, the Buddhist light flashed, and the entire valley was annihilated. The pitch-black darkness was completely oppressive. The rain fell on the rocks and soil at the bottom of the valley, splashing water and creating thumb-sized mud holes. Are you ready? Han Zhu sent the other 6 people to the Buddha path, then turned to look at Xiao Hua. I'll try my best. Previously, I was full of confidence, but looking at the other junior brothers, I really can't compare to them. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He was actually unwilling to follow Han Zhu to the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Even if they were in front of the Buddha path, he was still somewhat unwilling. However, it was clear that if he didn't go through the Buddha path and enter the shrine, Han Zhu wouldn't be able to get close to the Buddhist formation inside, and wouldn't be able to use the formation's power to awaken Jianghu. He could only bite the bullet and answer. You go ahead. Han Zhu nodded. When we enter the Jialan temple, I can activate the Buddhist formation inside and awaken the child. At this point, Han Zhu was a little hesitant. He said hesitantly, actually, according to my thoughts, why don't we leave the child here? Whether he wakes up or dies, this child is fated with the Buddhist sect. All right, uncle understands. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This child still has his parents. Right now, he can't make a decision. It's better to wait for him to wake up and see his parents. It won't be too late to make a decision then. What you said makes sense. Han Zhu nodded. Father and mother shouldn't travel far. Although we are cultivators, we should pay more attention to filial piety. I won't force you. If you have made a decision, come to the Kunlun sect to look for me. Many thanks, martial uncle. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He was really afraid that Han Zhu would force Jianghu to stay, or leave a trick up his sleeve. Go. Han Zhu looked at the Buddha path. Second, who was the first to go up, was already half wrapped in Buddhist light. Second's hands were already clasped in front of his chest. Although he couldn't see the piety on his face, his steady steps and unwavering figure were enough to make Han Zhu happy. Yes, disciple obeys. Xiao Hua answered, turned around, and lifted his leg. However, the moment he landed, Xiao Hua's heart was slightly moved. Damn it, although I don't have any psychokinesis, my Buddha Saraira isn't small either. I wonder how big martial uncle Han Zhu's Saraira is. I won't make a fool of myself, right? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua generated a weak psychokinesis and rushed it to his feet. Dang! The wooden fish made a sound, and a few white lotuses also appeared. Although they were very thin, they still firmly supported Xiao Hua's feet. Clang! An extremely loud and clear sound of a bell rang out from within the Buddhist shrine, shaking Xiao Hua's figure to the point that it slightly moved. Oh! Seeing Xiao Hua's figure slightly move, and hearing the bells ringing, Han Zhu was stunned. He looked at Xiao Hua's back with an astonished gaze. He looked again and saw that Xiao Hua's figure had stabilized. His other foot once again stepped on the Buddha path. As before, a faint white lotus appeared. Compared to the lotus under the feet of the two aura-refining disciples in front of him, this one was even fainter. I'm afraid it's that little child in Xiao Hua's spiritual storage bag. Han Zhu came to a realization. He also lifted his leg. The same sound of the wooden fish and the same bell rang. However, the bell's ringing was much weaker than Xiao Hua's. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.